197. Development, democratic renewal, and territorial self-management (RST) emerged during a period in which spatially redistributive, neo-Keynesian priorities continued to predominate at a national level. Under these conditions, due to their differentiating, fragmenting impacts upon each national urban system, the subnational neo-corporatisms and place-based alliances of the 1970s contributed to the ongoing destabilization of spatial Keynesianism that was gathering momentum during that decade. The 1970s is thus best viewed as a transitional period in which state institutions at various spatial scales attempted to adjust to the destabilizing national, regional, and local effects of geo-economic restructuring. It was characterized by interscalar struggles between political alliances concerned to preserve the nationalized institutional infrastructures of spatial Keynesianism and other, newly formed political coalitions concerned to scale back the redistributive interscalar relays associated with post-war welfarism and to introduce more place-sensitive frameworks of economic governance. Although the new regulatory spaces sought by such modernizing coalitions remained relatively inchoate at both national and local scales, they were generally grounded upon a rejection of nationally encompassing models of territorial development and oriented towards the goal of promoting endogenous local and regional growth within particular places. The diffusion of endogenous development strategies during this period and into the early 1980s thus appears to have engendered significant institutional fractures within the inherited political geographies of spatial Keynesianism. Paradoxically, then, the RST major cracks in the ethos of spatial Keynesianism appeared during a decade that was otherwise the historical high point for state projects of national territorial redistribution. Yet, given the geographically localized, politically unstable, and institutionally inchoate character of endogenous development strategies, it would be problematic to claim that they contributed to the establishment of a new territorial basis for urban development within any European national state. Rather, such regulatory experiments are best understood as localized and regionalized forms of crisis management, grounded upon an attachment to specific places and regions, through which a new spatial layer of subnational regulatory arrangements was superimposed upon the nationalized political geographies that had prevailed under Fordist Keynesian capitalism. It was through the connectual interaction of this newly emergent, subnational layer of state spatial regulation and the inherited national geographies of spatial Keynesianism that the broad contours of a new, rescaled landscape of state spatiality began to emerge as of the late 1970s. Insofar as the endogenous development strategies of the 1970s were largely uncoupled from the nationally equalizing, redistributive agendas of spatial Keynesianism, they established a significant political opening for the more radical rescalings of urban governance and state spatiality that would subsequently unfold. Neoliberalism, the new interspatial competition, and the rise of urban locational policy during the course of the 1980s, the process of geo-economic restructuring intensified and accelerated, leading to a new phase of urban policy reform and state spatial transformation across Western Europe. The strategies of national and local crisis management of the 1970s had neither restored the conditions for a new national regime of accumulation nor successfully resolved the deepening problems of economic stagnation, rising unemployment, infrastructural obsolescence, and industrial decline within Western European cities and regions. Consequently, during the course of the 1980s, most European national governments abandoned traditional Keynesian macroeconomic policies in favor of monetarism. A competitive balance of payments replaced full employment as the overarching goal of monetary and fiscal policy. Meanwhile, the process of European political and economic integration regained momentum as preparations were made under the Delors Commission for the completion of the single European market and, subsequently, economic and monetary union. By the late 1980s, neoliberal political agendas such as welfare state retrenchment, fiscal discipline, trade liberalization, privatization, and deregulation had been adopted not only in the United Kingdom under Thatcher and in West Germany under Kohl, but also in many traditionally social democratic, statist, or social/Christian democratic countries, including the Netherlands, Belgium, France, Italy, Spain, Denmark, and Sweden. While such agendas did not, in most instances, generate Thatcher-style ideological and institutional transformations, they nonetheless entailed what might be termed a subversive neoliberalization of key arenas of socio-economic policy, as growth RST, anti-welfarist, market-driven logics were increasingly naturalized as the necessary technical parameters within which public policy must be articulated. Accordingly, Muller and Wright contend that a major paradigm shift occurred throughout Western Europe during the 1980s as the character of state intervention shifted from Keynesianism to monetarism and neoliberalism, from dirigisme to market-driven solutions, from skull expansionism to restraint, from mercantilism to free trade. During the same period, a variety of international institutions, including the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, the Bank for International Settlements, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, and the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, became important agents of the so-called Washington Consensus, which attempted to diffuse neoliberal policy agendas such as skull discipline, regulatory downgrading, trade liberalization, labor market exibility, the privatization of public services, and unrestrained foreign direct investment on a global scale. In the European context, such market-building, liberalizing, and deregulatory policy agendas were further reinforced and generalized through a series of EU-level directives, including, above all, the Single European Act of 1987, which massively intensified Europe-wide market integration, foreign direct investment, and corporate mergers and acquisitions, while also contributing to the weakening and eventual marginalization of the social charter within the 1991 Maastricht Treaty. The mobilization of neoliberal critiques of Fordist Keynesian forms of public policy did not entail a simple rolling back of the state as self-regulating markets, now supposedly liberated from political constraints, were unleashed. On the contrary, neoliberalism must be viewed as a concerted political strategy through which qualitatively new forms of state-economy relations have been constructed, at various spatial scales, in order to subject the majority of the population to the power of market forces whilst preserving social protection for the strong. From this point of view, the mobilization of neoliberal forms of political economic restructuring during the last 2 decades entailed moments of institutional destruction and institutional creation, the former, insofar as neoliberal restructuring strategies strive to dismantle the regulatory infrastructure and social compromises of Fordist Keynesian capitalism, and the latter, insofar as such strategies seek to establish new forms of statecraft and institutional hardware through which to enforce market discipline, to extend market-oriented regulatory arrangements, and to enhance the discretionary power of capital at all spatial scales. The processes of institutional creative destruction unleashed through these neoliberalization strategies have in turn contributed to the consolidation of post-Keynesian competition states, both in Western Europe and beyond. During the 1980s, the consolidation of neoliberal state practices at the EU level and their diffusion among Western European national states imposed additional skull constraints upon most municipal and metropolitan governments, whose revenues had already been reduced significantly during the preceding decade. Under these conditions, political support for large-scale strategic planning projects waned, welfare state bureaucracies were downsized, not least at metropolitan and municipal levels, and traditional, redistributive approaches to spatial policy were significantly retrenched. The localized relays of the Keynesian welfare national state were attacked as being excessively bureaucratic, expensive, and inefficient. Subsequently, new forms of municipal governance, based upon neoliberal principles such as skull discipline, lean administration, privatized service provision, and the new public management, were introduced. Meanwhile, during the mid-1980s, inherited metropolitan institutions such as the Greater London Council, the English Metropolitan Counties, the Metropolitan Barcelona Authority, the Greater Copenhagen Council, and the Rijnmond in Rotterdam were abolished. In other Western European city regions, metropolitan institutions were formally preserved but weakened in practice due to centrally imposed budgetary pressures and enhanced competition between city cores and suburban peripheries for capital investment and state subsidies. The intensive squeeze upon public expenditure in cities and regions and the weakening or dissolution of inherited metropolitan institutions were thus among the major localized expressions of the processes of national welfare state retrenchment that began to unfold during the 1980s. As of this decade, the national preconditions for municipal Keynesianism were systematically eroded as local and metropolitan governments were increasingly forced to fend for themselves in securing a skill base for their regulatory activities. The acceleration of European integration during the second half of the 1980s, itself an expression and product of neoliberal statecraft, also generated new challenges for cities and regions throughout the continent. 4. Among all EU member states, the consolidation of the single European market in 1993 was widely viewed as a dramatic ratcheting up of interspatial competition among urban regions on a European scale. With the removal of national barriers to trade and investment, European cities were now seen to compete far more directly with one another than had previously been the case. The much-discussed Cecchini report, published in 1988, famously articulated this view within a neoclassical framework and interpreted the SEM as a means to increase the efficiency of the European economy as a whole. By contrast, critics of the Cecchini report argued that the SEM would reinforce centripetal tendencies within the European economy by strengthening the dominant role of large corporations and major urban regions while further marginalizing peripheral cities and regions. While various forms of interspatial competition on a European scale were recognized prior to the 1990s, both defenders and critics of the Cecchini report concurred that the SEM would significantly intensify that competition by undermining the ability of national governments to insulate their cities and regions from transnational market forces by means of monetary and skill policies. Consequently, since the consolidation of the SEM, economic competition within the EU has been widely understood as inter-urban and inter-regional competition rather than as a competition among national economies. Box 5.6 presents some typical expressions of this viewpoint that were articulated by European, national, and local policy makers following the introduction of the SEM. During the 1980s and 1990s, as cities and regions throughout the EU attempted to adjust to the neoliberalization of key fields of state policy, and simultaneously, to prepare themselves for the new competitive pressures associated with the single European market, qualitatively new forms of state intervention into the urban process were mobilized. Drawing upon the notion 201 of Standardpolitik, which has become a keyword of German neoliberal political discourse since the late 1980s, I propose to interpret the new approaches to urban governance of the post-1980s period as forms of locational policy. 6 as Box 5.6. The single European market and the new interspatial competition. With the disappearance of national borders within Europe, urban regions are competing internationally with other urban regions. This expanding scale occurs in conjunction with the concentration and specialization of economic activities in various realms. In this context, it is of considerable importance to the Dutch economy that the Dutch urban regions maintain a strong position. The political developments associated with the creation of open borders within Europe and the reunification of Germany have led to a situation in which competition with other metropolises, such as London, Paris, Amsterdam, or Zurich, has become much more direct, with Berlin emerging as well as a new source of competition within our own country. The internationalization of the European economy has intensified the competition between the cities of Europe. The single market in the European community will provide new opportunities for the cities and towns in Denmark. But no city will get anything for free in future transnational competition. An active effort is required to obtain the potential benefits. The completion of the internal market and the abolition of internal frontiers within the community is the latest stage in the process of internationalization. The single market will trigger further adjustments in the roles and functions of cities, as national boundaries and interests will be less important than before. Increased inter-urban competition for development will be an important driving force. Changes in national urban hierarchies will occur as some cities emerge onto a wider European stage, in addition to their national or regional one. Conceived here, the essential feature of locational policies is their overarching goal of enhancing the economic competitiveness of particular places, territories, or scales in relation to broader, supranational circuits of capital accumulation. Locational policies may involve direct subsidies and other public schemes to lure the investments of specific RMS, but they are best understood as being oriented towards the general conditions for capital accumulation within particular territorial jurisdictions. While locational policies have a long history under modern capitalism, they have most frequently been mobilized at a national scale, in conjunction with national developmentalist strategies of industrialization and nationalized approaches to territorial development. It is only since the 1980s that Western European states have deployed locational policies extensively at an urban scale, in the eld of urban governance. Since this period, urban locational policies have been mobilized aggressively by national, regional, and local state institutions throughout Western Europe in order to promote the territorialized competitive advantages of strategic cities and regions in relation to supranational spaces of economic competition. In this transformed political economic context, cities are no longer seen as containers of declining industries and intensifying socio-economic problems, but are increasingly viewed as dynamic growth engines through which national territorial competitiveness may be promoted. In short, as Lippietz notes, the locality is increasingly construed as a breeding ground for new productive forces, which state institutions at various spatial scales are now actively attempting to cultivate. The urban locational policies of the 1980s and early 1990s built, in significant ways, upon the legacies of previous strategies of endogenous development. 4. Like the endogenous growth policies that had prevailed during the preceding decade, the new urban locational policies emphasized place and scale-specific regulatory problems and mobilized place and scale-specific forms of state intervention in order to confront them. Insofar as urban locational policies broke decisively from top-down, standardized, and nationally encompassing approaches to the regulation of urban development, they significantly deepened the fragmentation and erosion of spatial Keynesianism that had been initiated during the previous wave of urban policy reform. However, the endogenous development strategies of the 1970s emerged in a political economic context in which Western European national governments remained RMLY committed to the priority of national spatial equalization. By contrast, the urban locational policies of the 1980s and early 1990s were articulated under conditions in which newly consolidated, post-Keynesian competition states were scrambling to enhance their competitive advantages within a rapidly integrating global and European space economy. Under these circumstances, the project of promoting territorial redistribution at any spatial scale was increasingly viewed as a luxury belonging to an earlier period of economic growth. Consequently, national commitments to geographically balanced growth in the name of equity have increasingly given way to concern with the way in which the characteristics of particular localities can enhance the growth prospects of RMS and support national economic competitiveness. In at least 4 key respects, then, the urban locational policies of the post-1980s period have entailed a significant break from the endogenous development strategies of the preceding decade. 1. Whereas endogenous development strategies attempted to combine the agendas of economic rejuvenation and territorial redistribution within particular subnational spaces, urban locational policies have privileged the goals of securing territorial competitiveness and promoting economic growth. Redistributive concerns have not disappeared from the eld of urban governance, but they have been subordinated to, or recast in terms of, developmentalist, entrepreneurial priorities. 2. Whereas endogenous development strategies attempted to promote self-reliant, locally controlled forms of economic renewal within relatively bounded, autocentric places, urban locational policies have been aggressively extrospective, oriented towards the goal of positioning major cities and city regions strategically within supranational scales of capital circulation. The issues of popular control and local democratic accountability have continued to arise within urban political struggles, but they have been largely dissociated from the eld of urban economic policy. 3. Whereas endogenous development strategies were mobilized above all within crisis-stricken manufacturing cities and regions, urban locational policies have been generalized throughout the European urban system. Anecdotal evidence suggests that urban locational policies were pioneered during the early 1980s in a number of vanguard cities and regions such as Hamburg, Bologna, Lyon, Lille, Rotterdam, Birmingham, and Glasgow, in which national, regional, or local political economic coalitions embarked upon proactive programs of place marketing, advanced infrastructure investment, and growth promotion. However, as these initial ad hoc experiments in urban locational policy were diffused, the costs and risks associated with a failure to mobilize such policies intensified. This situation, coupled with the widespread embrace of an alarmist vocabulary of globalization after the introduction of the SEM, led national, regional, and local governments throughout Western Europe to adopt closely analogous initiatives within their own cities and city regions. National governments now came to view their most globally integrated cities and city regions as key motors for national economic growth, and thus targeted them with particular intensity for various types of urban locational policies. 4. Whereas endogenous development strategies were grounded primarily upon bottom-up initiatives, in which local or regional institutions steered the process of regulatory experimentation, urban locational policies have emerged through the interaction of multiple scales of political authority, from the European and the national to the regional and the urban. While some urban locational policies have indeed been initiated through the activities of local growth coalitions, the latter are now embedded within a significantly transformed intergovernmental context in which both European political institutions and national states have imposed new competitive pressures and skill constraints upon cities. These new, market-driven, and competition-oriented interscalar rule regimes have been derived, in significant measure, from the neoliberalization processes outlined above, and as we shall see, they have played a major role in the generalization of urban locational policies across Western Europe. Figure 5.7 provides a schematic comparison among spatial Keynesianism, endogenous development strategies, and urban locational policies as distinct but partially overlapping approaches to the regulation of capitalist urbanization. Figure 5.7 is also intended to underscore the incremental and path-dependent, rather than linear, character of urban governance restructuring since the early 1970s. During the initial round of crisis-induced regulatory restructuring of the 1970s, endogenous development strategies destabilized the institutional foundations of spatial Keynesianism while preserving, at subnational scales, a political commitment to the project of territorial equalization. During the 1980s, in a subsequent round of crisis-induced regulatory experimentation, urban locational policies built upon the subnational policy repertoires and institutional scaffolding that had been forged through the endogenous development strategies of the preceding decade. Indeed, it was on the basis of this recently established layer of place and scale-specific forms of state intervention that urban locational policies could be articulated, entrenched, and eventually generalized across the Western European urban system. However, even as they drew upon certain regulatory instruments of endogenous growth strategies, the urban locational policies of the post-1980s period also systematically suppressed their spatially redistributive agendas. 205. Place and scale-specific approaches to urban governance were thus transformed from a basis for promoting economic rejuvenation and territorial redistribution within crisis-stricken industrial urban regions into a means for positioning major cities and regions strategically within global and European spatial divisions of labor. 206. Urban locational policies and the question of territorial competitiveness at any spatial scale. Locational policies hinge upon the assumption that territorial units, like capitalist RMS, compete against one another in order to maximize profits and economic growth. In this viewpoint, the competitiveness of a given territory is said to owe from its capacity to achieve these goals effectively and durably, whether by attracting inward investment O's, by lowering investment costs, by increasing productivity levels, by providing a suitably skilled labor force, by creating an innovative environment, or by means of other strategies intended to enhance the value of economic activities located within its boundaries. The goal of locational policy, therefore, is to promote territorial competitiveness by maintaining and continually expanding the capacities for profit-making and economic growth that are embedded within specific political jurisdictions. Some economists, notably Paul Krugman, have criticized attempts to apply the notion of competitiveness to territorial units. For Krugman, the notion of competitiveness is an attribute of capitalist RMS, not of territorial units such as cities, regions, or countries. When applied to such entities, Krugman argues, the notion of competitiveness represents a dangerous obsession because they have no well-defined bottom line. Krugman's critique of competitiveness discourse among economists and policymakers has been addressed in the urban studies literature as well, in which a number of scholars have debated the intellectual plausibility of divergent conceptions of urban locational competitiveness. 8. However, even the most subtle deconstructions and critiques cannot occlude the mounting evidence that territorial competitiveness has become a pervasive concern among policymakers at all scales of political authority, from the OECD and the European Commission to national governments, regional administrations, and entrepreneurial municipalities. Consequently, the dangerous obsession of territorial competitiveness cannot be dismissed as a mere conceptual fallacy or ideological illusion. As Dickon explains, whether Krugman is right or wrong in his analysis, there seems little likelihood of policymakers actually heeding his warnings and refraining from both the rhetoric and the reality of competitive policy measures. As long as the concept of national competitiveness remains in currency, then no single state is likely to opt out. For our purposes, then, it is not necessary to embrace a particular definition of competitiveness, either for RMS or for territories. The key point here is that, since the early 1980s, national, regional, and urban policymakers across Western Europe have become concerned to enhance various attributes of cities that are considered to contribute to their competitiveness relative to other global and European investment locations. Given the earlier, Fordist Keynesian understanding of cities as localized subunits of national economies, this new emphasis on urban territorial competitiveness in relation to supranational circuits of capital represents a striking political, ideological, and scalar realignment. The proliferation of urban locational policies during the last 2 decades is at once an expression and an outcome of this changing conception of how cities contribute to economic life. Urban locational policies have been articulated in divergent political forms, both within and among national intergovernmental systems. While such policies are frequently justified with reference to the widely disseminated writings of business school gurus such as Michael Porter and Kenichi Ami, among others, they have been grounded, in practice, upon a diverse range of assumptions regarding the sources of competitive advantage within local economies and the role of state institutions, at various spatial scales, in promoting the latter. More generally, as Lovering notes, the choice invoked by the concept of competitiveness is not simply between favoring different industries and RMS, but is also about deciding between different groups of workers, different social structures and different national economic geographies. It is no less than a choice between different visions of the collective economic and cultural future. I shall not attempt, in the present context, to compare systematically the nationally, regionally, and locally specific types of urban locational policies that have crystallized in Western European city regions during the last 2 decades. Instead, I proceed on a meso level in order to specify 3 key axes on which basis such policies may be decoded. 1. Forms of territorial competition. According to Storper and Walker, inter-RM competition under capitalism occurs in weak and strong forms. Whereas weak competition is oriented towards the reduction of costs and the redistribution of resources within a given spatial division of labor, strong competition is oriented towards the transformation of the conditions of production in order to introduce new technological capacities and a new spatial division of labor. Urban locational policies may likewise be oriented towards weak or strong forms of inter-RM competition, depending on the balance of cost-cutting, deregulatory state initiatives, and those that attempt to enhance RM productivity and innovative milieu within the jurisdiction in question. Neoliberal or defensive approaches to urban locational policy attempt to capitalize upon weak forms of inter-RM competition, they are based upon the assumption that lowering the costs of investment within a given territory will attract mobile capital investment and thus enhance its competitiveness. By contrast, social democratic or offensive approaches to urban locational policy attempt to capitalize upon strong forms of inter-RM competition. They are based upon the assumption that territorial competitiveness hinges upon the provision of non-substitutable socio-economic assets such 208 as innovative capacities, collaborative inter-RM networks, advanced infrastructural facilities, and skilled labor power. Within any national or local context, the precise balance among neoliberal/defensive and social democratic/offensive approaches to locational policy is an object and outcome of intense socio-political struggles over the form of state intervention into the urban process. 2. Fields of territorial competition. Building upon Harvey's study of urban entrepreneurialism, 4 distinct fields of urban locational policy may be delineated according to the particular circuits of capital they target. First, urban locational policies may attempt to enhance a city's advantages within spatial divisions of labor, generally by establishing or strengthening place-specific conditions for the production of particular types of goods and services. Second, urban locational policies may attempt to enhance a city's advantages within spatial divisions of consumption, generally by creating or strengthening a localized infrastructure for tourism, leisure, or retirement functions. Third, urban locational policies may attempt to enhance a city's command and control capacities in the spheres of finance, information processing, and government. Finally, urban locational policies may attempt to enhance a city's economic capacities by procuring governmental resources, whether from the European Commission or from national state agencies. While these fields of territorial competition may be distinguished analytically, most urban locational policies attempt, in practice, to enhance a city's position simultaneously within multiple fields. 3. Geographies of territorial competition. Finally, urban locational policies entail the delineation of determinate geographical parameters within which the process of economic development is to unfold. These parameters may be deemed with reference to 3 key elements. First, urban locational policies generally entail the demarcation of determinate spaces of competitiveness within which place-specific economic capacities are to be mobilized. For instance, central business districts, inner-city enterprise zones, revitalized manufacturing and port areas, new media enclaves, high-technology suburbs, and so forth. Second, urban locational policies entail the targeting of broader spaces of competition, including the single European market and the world economy as a whole, within which cities are to be positioned as attractive investment locations. Third, a variety of spatially selective political strategies may be mobilized in order to position urban spaces of competitiveness within supranational spaces of competition. For instance, some urban locational policies attempt to transform an urban economy into a key articulation point within a nested hierarchy of regional, national, and supranational economic spaces. Other urban locational policies may attempt to delink an urban economy from surrounding regional and national economic spaces by expanding its command and control capacities or its supranational transportation and communications links. Still other urban locational policies may attempt to 209. Reorganize inherited urban hierarchies, whether vertically, through the promotion of new forms of cooperation among different tiers of state power, or horizontally, through the promotion of transversal alliances among geographically dispersed cities occupying complementary positions in the European or global division of labor. Therefore, even though all urban locational policies strive, in some manner, to position cities and regions favorably within supranational circuits of capital, this goal may be pursued through diverse political geographical strategies. Urban locational policies have an inherently speculative character due to the inability to predict exactly which package will succeed and which will not, in a world of considerable economic instability and volatility. Moreover, urban locational policies are often grounded upon untenable assumptions and unrealistic predictions regarding the possible future trajectories of local economic development. Despite these endemic problems, the proliferation of urban locational policies during the last 2 decades has engendered a fundamental transformation in the character of state intervention into the urban process throughout the EU. Most crucially for our purposes, urban locational policies have not only entailed an intensive mobilization of state institutions to promote territorial competitiveness within strategic local economies, they have also contributed to a fundamental rescaling of state institutions themselves. Mapping state spatial selectivity in post-1980s Western Europe, urban locational policies and the rescaling of state space. If the Keynesian state was concerned to integrate its constituent regional and local economies and to cushion them from economic instability, the approach of its successor has been to dismantle and fragment those systems of support in deference to the restructuring forces of global competition, destabilizing its regions in the process. Ron Martin and Peter Sunley. What we are witnessing with the demise of Fordism is the emergence of much greater geographical unevenness in the system of regulation. The abandonment of national redistributive strategies and the emerging global mosaic of regional economies have led to the development of a parallel mosaic of differentiated spaces of regulation. Mark Goodwin and Joe Painter. 210. Insofar as urban locational policies were mobilized within formations of state spatiality that had been inherited from the Fordist Keynesian era, their institutional and geographical consequences were highly uneven, varying considerably within each national, regional, and local context according to the resilience of preservationist political alliances concerned to defend the institutionalized social compromises and territorial arrangements of the Fordist Keynesian order, and the distinctive strategies of restructuring and rescaling adopted by modernizing political economic forces. Consequently, the diffusion of urban locational policies in Western European national states did not simply erase earlier geographies of state regulation, but generated contextually specific, politically contested re-articulations of inherited state spatial configurations at a range of geographical scales. In general terms, the rescaled geographies of state spatiality that crystallized during the post-1980s period must be conceived as expressions of a connectual, path-dependent interaction between the standardized, nationally congruent regulatory geographies that were inherited, albeit in a destabilized form, from the transitional period of the 1970s, the endogenous development strategies of the late 1970s and early 1980s, with their goal of mobilizing negotiated, place-specific restructuring strategies to address localized socio-economic crises, and subsequent forms of urban locational policy, with their goal of mobilizing place and scale-specific forms of state intervention to enhance urban territorial competitiveness. However, despite the incremental, path-dependent character of state spatial restructuring following the initial crisis of North Atlantic Fordism, it was evident, by the late 1980s, that rescaled configurations of urban governance and state spatiality were being superimposed upon inherited national regulatory geographies. Whereas early forms of urban locational policy were articulated while the institutional framework of spatial Keynesianism was still being provisionally defended at a national scale, the consolidation and subsequent diffusion of such policies during the post-1980s period entailed a more sustained attack upon that framework. As urban locational policies acquired increasingly prominent regulatory roles within post-Keynesian competition states, the nationalized, centralized, standardized, and redistributive policy relays associated with spatial Keynesianism came to be viewed as major institutional impediments to the new priority of enhancing the territorial competitiveness of cities and city regions. Under these circumstances, a radically transformed interscalar framework for the regulation of capitalist urbanization was seen to be required in order to maximize the place-specific locational advantages of major cities and city regions. The process of envisioning and establishing such an interscalar framework was geographically uneven, institutionally diffuse, and politically contested. It involved a variety of Europe-wide, nationally specific, and place-based debates regarding the appropriate institutional form and strategic orientation of state intervention into the urban process. 211. Accordingly, much like the endogenous development strategies of the preceding decade. Post-Keynesian initiatives or constituted the national, regional and local geographies of urban governance were initially grounded upon ad hoc, trial and error intergovernmental realignments, policy adjustments, and regulatory experiments. Eventually, however, with the entrenchment of neoliberal policy agendas at a European scale and the progressive consolidation of post-Keynesian competition state regimes at a national scale, these reform initiatives gained significant political momentum and acquired an enhanced institutional solidity. 9. Consequently, across Western Europe, the nationally standardized political geographies of spatial Keynesianism were eroded, inherited relays of national territorial redistribution were ruptured, centralized systems of intergovernmental relations were recalibrated, and qualitatively new, competition-oriented frameworks of interscalar regulation were introduced. These newly constituted, state-organized interscalar rule regimes were explicitly designed to facilitate urban locational policies by channeling the strategic options and tactical behavior of local actors towards developmentalist, competitiveness-driven agendas. More generally, such interscalar rule regimes attempted to institutionalize entrepreneurial, competitiveness-oriented, and growth-RST approaches to urban governance by exposing cities and regions more directly to geo-economic pressures and by subjecting them to competitive regimes of intergovernmental resource allocation based upon market position, performance, and efficiency rather than social need. From this point of view, the new interlocality competition of the post-1980s period cannot be understood simply as the aggregate expression of localized policy responses to global and European market integration. On the contrary, the grim, neoliberal requirement for cities to compete or die, which aptly encapsulates the aggressively competitive spatial logic underlying urban locational policy, must be interpreted as a politically constructed imperative that was imposed upon local and regional economies in significant measure through the rescaling of national state spaces. Concomitantly, national states should not be conceived as static territorial containers within which urban locational policies have been mobilized. Rather, national state institutions actively promoted such policies by recalibrating their internal intergovernmental hierarchies, modes of intervention, and policy repertoires in order to facilitate the strategic positioning of their major local and regional economies within Europe-wide and global circuits of capital. Building upon the theoretical framework introduced in CH3, and replicating the analytical strategy deployed in CH4 to analyze the political geographies of spatial Keynesianism, the key elements of this transformation of urban governance and state spatiality during the post-1980s period are depicted in Fig. 5.8. First, urban locational policies were grounded upon qualitatively new state spatial projects intended to enhance state capacities for mobilizing place-specific forms of intervention within strategic cities and city regions. To this end, state regulatory configurations were decentralized towards subnational tiers and customized according to place and jurisdiction-specific conditions. Second, urban locational policies were grounded upon qualitatively new state spatial strategies intended to enhance the competitiveness of major cities and city regions. To this end, state institutions at various spatial scales promoted the localization of major socio-economic assets within strategic urban and regional economies and the increasing differentiation of urban and regional developmental pathways across the national territory. Thus, in contrast to the centralized, standardized, and nationalized geographies of state space that prevailed under the Fordist regime of accumulation, the establishment of this new, competitiveness-oriented institutional infrastructure for urban governance during the post-1980s period entailed an increasing geographical splintering, fragmentation, and differentiation of state space at various spatial scales. This rescaling of state space was closely intertwined with a fundamental inversion of inherited post-war approaches to the political regulation of uneven spatial development. Whereas post-war strategies of spatial Keynesianism were oriented explicitly towards the alleviation of territorial inequalities, the mobilization of urban locational policies during the post-1980s period actively intensified uneven spatial development in a variety of ways by promoting a systematic reconcentration of socio-economic capacities within each national territory's most globally competitive locations, by encouraging divergent, place specific forms of economic governance, public service provision, and territorial administration within different subnational political jurisdictions, and by institutionalizing competitive relations, whether for public subsidies or for private investments, among major subnational administrative units. In his recent study of the transatlantic circulation of neoliberal workfare policies, Peck has underscored the ways in which, rather than treating international spatial polarization as a regulatory problem requiring political intervention, national, regional, and local state institutions are today. 213. Explicitly promoting geographical differentiation, interlocality competition, and spatial unevenness within their territories. Peck's description of neoliberal workfare policies therefore provides a strikingly appropriate characterization of urban locational policies in post-1980s Western Europe. Uneven geographic development is being established as an intentional, rather than merely incidental, feature of the delivery of workfare programs, while local experimentation and emulation are becoming seemingly permanent features of the policy-making process. Under workfarism, spatial variability, the churning of persistently reformed programs, rapid interlocal policy transfers, and the ceaseless search for local. 214. Success stories that are ripe for replication are all effectively normalized. In stark contrast to the aspirations to fair and equal treatment under welfare regimes, when spatial unevenness, local discretion, and instances of atypical treatment were often constituted as policy problems in their own right, workfare makes a virtue of geographic differentiation, subnational competition, and circumstance-specific interventions. The multifaceted interplay between the consolidation of post-Keynesian competition state regimes, the restructuring of European urban economies, the rise of urban locational policy, and the rescaling of state space is summarized schematically in Fig 5.9. Boxes 5.7 and 5.8 summarize the major state spatial projects and state spatial strategies through which urban locational policies have been mobilized during the post-1980s period. These diverse pathways of politico-geographical and institutional transformation have engendered a new scalar gestalt of governance characterized by the dominance of a boosterist, entrepreneurial development vision within strategic urban locations and, frequently, by the contraction of inherited lines of democratic accountability at multiple scales of state power. I shall not attempt here to provide a comprehensive, comparative account of each of the spheres of policy reform, regulatory experimentation, and institutional restructuring summarized in boxes 5.7 and 5.8, or to trace systematically their variegated socio-spatial consequences in different European cities, regions, and national states. Instead, drawing on evidence from across the Western European city system, the remainder of this chapter examines three specific realms of political institutional restructuring that clearly illuminate the links between urban locational policy and the rescaling of state space, the decentralization of intergovernmental relations, the metropolitanization of national spatial planning systems, and the splintering of large-scale urban infrastructural configurations. Since the state cannot seek to assure everywhere the same form of macroeconomic regulation, the issue is to equip the regional armatures with more powerful instruments of economic and social regulation and to reserve for the nation-state the administration of the external relation. In comparison to Fordism, which is above all and by definition national, this new division of capacities between the national and the regional means a contraction of the national legislation and collective agreements and a larger variability for the regional armatures in their choice of the social protection level. 215. Urban locational policy has been grounded upon state spatial projects oriented towards an enhanced decentralization of state regulatory capacities and an extensive customization of state administrative arrangements according to place and jurisdiction-specific conditions within each national territory. These decentralizing, customizing state spatial projects have included intergovernmental devolution. In both federal and unitary states, national governments have devolved various regulatory responsibilities to subnational administrative units. Such projects of intergovernmental rescaling have been viewed as a means to promote skill retrenchment within state bureaucracies while impelling subnational institutions to seek new sources of revenue through proactive economic development programs. At the same time, such rescaling initiatives have enabled regional and local state institutions to introduce customized regulatory arrangements and policy strategies oriented towards place and scale-specific problems of economic governance. Local government reorganization. As national governments have promoted skill retrenchment, the managerial, public service functions of local governments have been streamlined or privatized. Local states have introduced new, market-driven approaches to public management and have established new forms of public-private partnership to promote economic rejuvenation. The new priorities of maximizing administrative efficiency and enhancing consumer responsiveness have thus superseded the traditional goal of facilitating local social welfare. Local economic regulation is increasingly grounded upon equitable governance networks that involve not only entrepreneurial local state institutions but also various private actors and third sector, community-based organizations. Metropolitan institutional reform. In many European city regions, particularly from the early 1990s, new forms of metropolitan economic coordination have been introduced. These reconstituted or newly established metropolitan institutional forms are intended to bundle together region-wide socio-economic assets, to market major city regions as unit locations for external capital investment, and to minimize destructive, zero-sum forms of intra-regional competition. The construction of place and scale-specific institutional forms. National, regional, and local governments have attempted to channel urban development into particular locations by introducing new, jurisdiction and area-specific institutional forms. Prominent examples of this trend have included enterprise zones, urban development corporations, airport development agencies, training and enterprise councils, inward investment agencies, and development planning boards, all of which have been designed, in some manner, to intensify and accelerate economic growth within strategic, clearly delineated urban zones. Such institutions are often autonomous from local state control and dominated by unaccountable political and economic elites. They have also frequently entailed the suspension of existing planning regulations in favor of exceptional policy tools and modes of intervention within strategic areas or infrastructural configurations. Urban locational policy has been grounded upon a variety of state spatial strategies oriented towards the localization of major socio-economic assets and the concentration of advanced infrastructural investments within the most globally competitive cities and city regions. These localizing, metropolitan-centered state spatial strategies have included rescaled, metropolitanized spatial planning policies. In contrast to earlier, compensatory approaches to spatial planning, national governments have demarcated the most competitive urban regions within their territories as key geographical focal points for state-sponsored economic development initiatives and strategic planning programs. These rescaled, city-centric approaches to national spatial planning have explicitly targeted metropolitan regions for external capital investment and for major public infrastructural projects. Whereas spatial planning previously served as a mechanism of territorial redistribution, these new metropolitanized approaches have been oriented above all towards the goal of enhancing the place-specific competitive advantages of major local and regional economies within global and European markets. Local economic initiatives. Through partnerships with private and community-based organizations, municipal governments have mobilized a range of entrepreneurial policies intended to promote local economic development. These policies have included labor market programs, industrial policies, infrastructural investments, place marketing initiatives, and property redevelopment campaigns. At the same time, local states have sought actively to acquire additional public subsidies through national or European industrial and sectoral programs. In contrast to earlier forms of urban managerialism, which emphasized public welfare and collective consumption initiatives, the priorities of maintaining a good business environment, attracting external capital investment, and promoting local economic growth now predominate. State-financed megaprojects and advanced infrastructural investments. National, regional, and local state institutions have channeled public resources into large-scale development projects within strategic urban infrastructural configurations. Such urban development projects have included airports, bridges, waterfronts, convention centers, office complexes, business parks, high-technology enclaves, logistics centers, advanced telecommunications networks, and tourist/recreational facilities. Under conditions of intensifying interlocality competition, such state-led urban development initiatives have been intended to provide the customized, place-specific infrastructural foundations for high-value-added capital investment and dynamic economic activity within and among strategic urban nodal points. These urban megaprojects and high-performance infrastructural investments have also served as an institutional mechanism through which national, regional, and local states channel public funds into strategically located, market-oriented development initiatives. Decentralized approaches to industrial policy. European, national, and regional state institutions have mobilized various policy initiatives in order to create decentralized inter-RM networks, particularly among small and medium-sized RMS. While such policies have not always been oriented explicitly towards specific geographical areas, they have usually generated significant spatial consequences insofar as the targeted RMS and sectors are agglomerated within major urban and regional economies. These new, decentralized approaches to regional industrial policy have been mobilized not only through extant governmental institutions, but also through newly established urban and regional development agencies designed to facilitate inter-RM networking and enhance innovative milieu in strategic subnational territorial areas. 219. A sea change in prevailing ideas about how policy making should be done. In contrast to the highly centralized, hierarchical, and vertically integrated national administrative frameworks that prevailed during the Fordist Keynesian period, the post-1980s wave of decentralization established new subnational layers of state institutional organization and regulatory activity through which major local and regional political economic actors and, in some cases, local and regional populations could more directly influence subnational policy outcomes. Thus, as Sellers concludes, the more that national, intermediate, and transnational governments have tried to shape urban political economies, the more that governing from above has depended on governing from below. The decentralization initiatives of the 1980s and 1990s were motivated by a variety of political agendas, including neoliberal critiques of welfarism, social democratic and associationalist demands for enhanced local democracy, and ideologically hybrid arguments regarding the superior efficiency of decentralized models of public service provision. In addition to these positions, however, decentralization programs were also animated by developmentalist claims that local and regional tiers are better placed to forge durable and interactive relations with RMS. In this sense, decentralization initiatives can be viewed as an essential institutional mechanism for the mobilization of urban locational policies, for such intergovernmental realignments were intended simultaneously to limit the considerable welfare demands of urban areas and to encourage lower-level authorities to assume responsibility for growth policies that might reduce welfare burdens. Insofar as programs of scale decentralization often reduced central grants to subnational governmental tiers and enhanced municipalities' dependency upon locally collected taxes, they impelled local alliances, regardless of their political orientation, to become more receptive to strategies to increase local investments. In many instances, decentralization programs also established qualitatively new regulatory instruments through which regional and local state institutions could promote industrial regeneration, economic growth, and external capital investment within major city regions. In short, even though decentralization cannot be reduced to the agenda of enhancing urban territorial competitiveness, this priority figured crucially in the formulation and implementation of such programs across Western Europe during the post-1980s period. One of the most comprehensive programs of intergovernmental decentralization was initiated by the socialist government in France as of the early 1980s. The 1982 Loi de Fer, named after a former mayor of Marseille who served in the national government during the reform process, established local governments that were formally independent of direct central control and, more generally, gave more power, more autonomy of decision and control of resources, more. 220. Responsibilities and competencies to the non-central tiers of government, municipalities, departments, and regions. This decentralization program served as a major spur to local economic development, for it incorporated a mandate to all levels of local government to promote economic development, business expansion, and innovation, and impelled all local elected officials, whether mayors, departmental presidents, or regional presidents, on the right or the left, to see one of their major roles as that of fostering the enterprise spirit and of encouraging the growth of business in their constituencies. In practice, considerable responsibility for mobilizing these new economic development programs was transferred to regional councils, which came to play a key role in coordinating relations between the data and local authorities. They were subsequently transformed into the equivalent of local industrial development brokers. While local economic initiatives had been mobilized by French municipalities as of the mid-1970s, the decentralization programs of the 1980s institutionalized this priority and provided new regulatory mechanisms through which it could be pursued, thus triggering an unprecedented amount of local economic activism. The institutional structure of German federalism was redone during the post-1970s period. Following a wave of centralizing crisis management measures during the 1970s, a countervailing process of intergovernmental decentralization was initiated during the 1980s under the Kohl government. During this period of heightened fiscal austerity, the Länder and the municipalities acquired regulatory tasks and financial burdens, and many Länder began more actively to mobilize regionally and locally specific industrial, technology, labor market, and planning policies. Meanwhile, as both the federal government and the Länder reduced their grants to local governments, municipal budgets were severely constrained. As of the mid-1980s, various significant sources of local revenue, including the wage tax and the tax on working capital, were cut back through federal legislation. Consequently, municipalities were confronted with a scissors movement of growing tasks and burdens on the one hand and structurally limited financial resources for local policies on the other hand. Local governments were subsequently impelled to engage more actively in the mobilization of local economic development programs, which were viewed as a means simultaneously to secure additional public revenues and to address deepening socio-economic problems. In the German federal system, then, the intergovernmental shifts of the 1980s served primarily to shift expenditures downwards to the Länder and the municipalities while consolidating revenues within the central government. The mobilization of urban locational policies by municipalities was not directly mandated by the German federal government or the Länder, but this trend was 221. Facilitated, in fundamental ways, by the new centrally and regionally imposed fiscal constraints of this period. Intergovernmental decentralization programs were initiated in Italy during the 1970-7 period in conjunction with the retrenchment of post-war, redistributive approaches to regional policy. They subsequently evolved through a variety of power-sharing, co-management arrangements between the central government and regional authorities. Italian national economic policies had long contributed significantly to the consolidation of decentralized production systems based upon small and medium-sized RMS. However, the decentralization initiatives of the post-1970s period deepened this territorially differentiated development strategy by facilitating the mobilization of regionally based, place-specific economic policies. The latter were designed to encourage entrepreneurship, investment, and innovation, and to expand the marketing opportunities of individual RMS and regionally typical products and services within Italy's major industrial districts. In the wake of these shifts, particularly but not exclusively in the Third Italy, regional governments became the planners and pace-setters of industrial policy, devising innovative growth strategies and delivering a rich array of services to the local economy. In the Netherlands, intergovernmental decentralization proceeded during the 1980s in close conjunction with national fiscal austerity measures and a retrenchment of municipal finance. Under the Lubbers coalition cabinets, a number of decentralizing reforms were accompanied by budgetary cuts, privatization initiatives, and downsizing measures that significantly reduced municipal revenues. Nonetheless, the basic institutional elements of the Dutch system of co-governance were maintained during this period, impelling national and local state agencies to continue to coordinate decision-making authority on major policy, planning, and budgetary issues. Due to the extreme scale centralization of the Dutch state, which enabled municipalities to continue to derive the bulk of their revenue from central grants, these intergovernmental realignments only minimally facilitated the mobilization of local entrepreneurial policies. However, by the end of the decade, a more radical program of national and local administrative reform was mobilized that explicitly embraced the priority of enhancing territorial competitiveness within major Dutch cities and city regions. The 1989 report of the Montage Committee, a commission of prominent corporate executives and government officials that had been appointed by the Secretary of the Interior, advocated the creation of 4 agglomeration municipalities in the major Randstad cities as well as the establishment of new informal mechanisms of coordination and cooperation for the Randstad as a whole in the form of a Randstad Administrative Council. According to the Montage report, and a series of subsequent governmental policy studies, such administrative reforms were 222. Essential in order to bolster the place-specific competitive advantages of major Dutch cities relative to their European competitors and, more generally, to ensure the long-term dynamism of the Dutch national economy as a whole. While the Montage Committee's specific proposals are not successfully implemented, they initiate an intensive nationwide debate on administrative reform and territorial competitiveness in Dutch city regions that persisted into the 1990s. The problem of the regional gap between the provinces and the municipalities has generated recurrent debates on intergovernmental reform in the Netherlands since the late 1950s. During the post-war period up through the mid-1970s, such debates focused predominantly upon issues of bureaucratic efficiency and public service provision. By contrast, during the late 1980s and early 1990s, the question of intergovernmental reform re-emerged under a new rubric: the need to enhance the territorial competitive advantages of major Dutch cities under conditions of intensifying European interspatial competition. In this context, a series of widely discussed policy studies commissioned by the national government argued that inherited administrative structures were undermining the economic competitiveness of Dutch cities relative to other European metropolitan centers. A variety of alternative intergovernmental frameworks were proposed, all of which entailed the creation of new urban and metropolitan institutional arrangements designed to facilitate local economic development. For example, the Montage Committee and the Advisory Council on Internal Administration advocated the introduction of new administrative units, either small-scale provinces or large-scale municipalities in the major Randstad cities. The Dutch Scientific Council for Government Policy advocated an intensive-scale decentralization of the Dutch state in order to facilitate local entrepreneurialism. This council also advocated the creation of various special-purpose administrative districts, which were seen as a means to address place-specific economic problems and regulatory challenges in urban regions. 223. As the preceding discussion illustrates, intergovernmental decentralization frequently impelled subnational state institutions to engage more actively in the promotion of urban economic development, whether through explicit programs to transfer responsibilities for such tasks downwards within state administrative hierarchies, through new, centrally imposed skill pressures, through the creation of qualitatively new institutional tiers within established intergovernmental hierarchies, or through some combination of the latter methods. However, as the case of Thatcherite Britain demonstrates, decentralization was not the only form of intergovernmental rescaling through which. Building upon these proposals, the Dutch National Cabinet subsequently embraced an administrative reform policy oriented towards tailor-made solutions, regional variation, plurality in administrative forms, the rejection of uniformity and administrative blueprints imposed from above, and the call for administrative reform proposals from below. To this end, the Cabinet proposed the creation of new metropolitan authorities in 7 major Dutch city regions, including the 4 large Randstad cities as well as Arnhem-Nijmegen, Eindhoven-Helmond, and Inchit-Hengelo. The Dutch National Cabinet's plan for administrative reform in these urban regions was elaborated during the early 1990s in a trilogy of policy documents entitled Bestuur op niveau, which roughly means administration at the right scale. On a national level, the Bonn proposals were further concretized in 1992 through the introduction of a framework law on administrative restructuring. The framework law provided a temporary but legally binding basis for institutional restructuring in the 7 urban regions that had been selected by the central government as sites for administrative reform. It sought to create 7 metropolitan regions by 2001 that would encompass 171 municipalities and roughly 40% of the entire Dutch population. The framework law was officially approved in the National Parliament in July 1994 by a purple coalition composed of Social Democrats, Liberals, and Liberal Democrats. By this time, various projects of administrative reform had gained significant momentum on the local level, above all in Rotterdam and Amsterdam. Whereas intergovernmental restructuring had become a central political project of the Dutch national government as of the early 1990s, its implementation hinged upon political negotiations and struggles within each of the metropolitan regions that were targeted for reform. However, the national government's proposal to establish city provinces in Amsterdam and Rotterdam was rejected by the local populations within each of these cities in the late 1990s, and the broader intergovernmental reform agenda embodied in the framework law was subsequently put on hold. Nonetheless, the debates on intergovernmental reform that had been initiated during the late 1980s contributed to a major reorientation of urban governance in major Dutch cities during the subsequent decade. As a result of these national and local debates concerning administration at the right scale, a number of significant formal and informal changes were enacted within the Dutch intergovernmental system. While these intergovernmental realignments were multifaceted and assumed place-specific forms in different provincial and municipal jurisdictions, one of their encompassing goals was to establish new state capacities for economic coordination, infrastructure investment, industrial policy, and place marketing within the major Randstad cities. In the UK under Thatcher, intergovernmental relations were transformed in conjunction with a neoliberal program of political, economic and spatial restructuring. Indeed, throughout the 1980s, the reconfiguration of central, local relations played a key role in a centrally guided accumulation strategy designed to promote London as a global and European financial centre while suppressing the territorialised opposition of both industrial capital and manufacturing workers, including that within London itself. The basic elements of these intergovernmental realignments can be summarised as follows. Key elected metropolitan institutions, such as the Metropolitan County Councils and the Greater London Council, were abolished as the central state attempted to create alternative, non-elected regional and local state agencies that it could directly control. This regional state solution entailed the removal of subnational state functions to non-electoral local states, while electoral local governments are left formally in position but with much reduced powers. Major urban public services, such as council housing and public transportation systems, were streamlined, contracted out, or privatized. The central state imposed new fiscal constraints upon local governments through a combination of spending control measures and rate capping policies. These fiscal austerity measures were manipulated so as to affect labor councils most significantly. The central state attempted to integrate private sector interests more directly into extant and newly established local political institutions. The central state established new, market-oriented local institutions, such as enterprise zones, free ports, and urban development corporations. Such institutional innovations were intended to deregulate restrictions on local economic development and to provide financial incentives to private RMS for investing within certain centrally designated urban areas. 225. The rescaled state spaces that were produced through intergovernmental restructuring during this period did not result from a unilinear transfer of regulatory capacities downwards to subnational institutional tiers. Rather, the realignments described above were premised upon centrally coordinated recalibrations of intergovernmental relations that redesigned the forms, functions, and scalar configuration of state institutions at both subnational and national scales. As Messner explains, Just as in modern corporations, greater autonomy for profit centers does not in the least imply any sort of abolition of the top corporate levels, and indeed instead presupposes an expansion of controlling capacities and moded tasks for central management. Any effective decentralization is reliant on complementary changes at the central level. The centralization of intergovernmental relations in the UK under Thatcher, though apparently out of step with Western European trends, clearly illustrates this point. In this instance, an intense geographical differentiation of subnational regulatory arrangements was imposed by central government rather than through the negotiated, decentralizing approaches to intergovernmental restructuring that prevailed within other Western European states. But, as elsewhere in Western Europe, the consolidation of central government localism in Britain likewise entailed the establishment of a new, differentiated layer of subnational regulatory institutions oriented towards among other priorities local economic development. Moreover, the rescaling of intergovernmental relations in the UK entailed a profound reconfiguration of state institutions at both local and national scales, for it was only as of the 1980s that the British central government adopted an aggressively activist orientation towards the issue of local economic governance. During the late 1980s and early 1990s, these intergovernmental realignments were at once intensified and accelerated throughout Western Europe due to the increasing role of regional or meso-institutions within the multilevel intergovernmental hierarchies and policy relays of the EU-10. The 1980s was thus a decade in which the inherited intergovernmental hierarchies of the Fordist Keynesian period were significantly recalibrated. While the political mechanisms, institutional pathways, and policy outcomes of intergovernmental rescaling varied considerably by national context, a general trend towards decentralization became evident in most Western European countries during this period. Along with the increasing Europeanization of intergovernmental hierarchies, these intranational decentralization tendencies differentiated the relatively standardized, uniform political geographies that had prevailed during the Fordist Keynesian period and created rescaled national institutional landscapes in which divergent, place-specific administrative arrangements and regulatory regimes could be established. More generally, insofar as the intergovernmental rescaling processes of this period opened up a political space in which territorially customized, place-specific regulatory arrangements could be constructed, they served as important institutional catalysts for the activation of urban locational policies in Western European cities. The metropolitanization of national spatial planning systems. In the 1950s, 1960s, and even 1970s, national governments used to support backward regions, but in the new, post-1980s competitive context they feel the need to place their bet on the strongest regional horses for electoral reasons. Some are obliged to continue to give some support to backward regions, but their real concern remains the improvement of the strong regions. Willem Salet, Andy Thornley, and Anton Kriukels. A number of major trends are visible in the 12 member states, even though they tend to be stronger and more advanced in those with a long history of spatial planning. There is a wider recognition of the need to take account of market forces within the spatial planning process. A growing sophistication in the means of attracting inward investment and a freer choice as regards location for many companies has strengthened the need for spatial plans to respond more fully to market circumstances and requirements. Increased competition in the single market is a major factor underlying this trend. Commission of the European Communities. As we saw in CH4, national spatial planning systems contributed in key ways to the establishment and reproduction of nationalized state spaces during the Fordist Keynesian period. More recently, however, spatial planning has become a major institutional arena in which the rescaling of state space has been promoted, in significant measure as a means to facilitate the mobilization of locational policies within major urban regions. Indeed, spatial planning is arguably one of the politico-institutional arenas in Western Europe in which the interplay between state rescaling and urban locational policy has been most 227 dramatically evident. We have already seen above how the compensatory, territorially redistributive role of spatial planning policies was eroded during the course of the 1970s. As of the mid-1980s and early 1990s, a qualitatively transformed approach to national spatial planning was forged in major Western European states. As Fig 5.10 indicates, this new, rescaled approach to spatial planning has been characterized by a number of key features, including an emphasis on strategic, globally competitive cities and city regions rather than lagging, outlying towns and rural peripheries as the most urgently important targets for state spatial intervention. An emphasis on unleashing urban growth potentials and enhancing urban territorial competitiveness rather than redistributing resources from overheated urban cores into underdeveloped or non-industrialized zones. An emphasis on the perceived constraints associated with intensified global and European economic competition rather than the project of integrating local spaces into a cohesive national space economy. An emphasis on regulatory coordination among state institutions at multiple spatial scales rather than unilaterally centralized, top-down control. An emphasis on the European institutional context in which local, regional, and national spatial planning initiatives are embedded. Since the mid-1980s, this rescaling of national spatial planning frameworks has been promoted along two main pathways. 1. Comprehensive national reforms. National spatial planning systems have been comprehensively reorganized so as to replace traditional, redistributive policy relays with new, developmentalist policies oriented towards major metropolitan regions. These comprehensive reform projects generally encompass the entire national territory, but entail the demarcation of qualitatively new geographical targets such as strategic city regions, major international transportation corridors, and cross-border regions as the privileged focal points for state spatial intervention. 2. Area-based, territorially customized reforms. Often in direct conjunction with the former tendency, national, regional, and local governments have also mobilized area-based, territorially customized spatial planning reforms within strategic urban regions and development zones. Such place-specific approaches to spatial planning are viewed as a means to unleash growth capacities and attract inward capital investment within major cities and city regions that are considered to be essential to national economic competitiveness. While both of these rescaling projects have been initiated and managed at a national scale, generally by central government planning agencies, they have also entailed new forms of regulatory coordination among local, regional, national, and, increasingly, EU-level state institutions. Among major Western European national states, comprehensive reforms of spatial planning systems have been most prominent during the post-1980s period in Germany, the Netherlands, and Denmark. In each of these contexts, national governments have introduced explicitly metropolitanized, developmentalist approaches to spatial planning, often in close conjunction with new, growth-oriented forms of national urban policy. And in each instance, the rescaling of spatial planning regimes has been justified as a necessary political response to the pressures imposed by intensified European and global interspatial competition. As of the mid-1990s, the German spatial planning law was radically redone and a new approach to national spatial planning was introduced through the Framework for Spatial Planning Policy Orientation and the Framework for Spatial Planning Policy Implementation. The RAJ, the ORA, and the HRA emphasized urban regions rather than the entire national economy as the most crucial geographical target for spatial planning policies. In explicit contrast to the earlier focus on the equalization of industrial growth and the overcoming of spatial disparities within the national territory, these policy initiatives privileged the question of urban territorial competitiveness as the central focus of national spatial planning. According to the ORA, a regionalization of spatial planning is required because the major urban regions are the regional growth engines for the spatial development of the national territory as a whole. A strengthening of endogenous regional capacities was thus viewed as the appropriate means to enhance the competitiveness of Germany and its regions as investment locations. The HRA reinforced this regional focus with reference to the same constellation of economic priorities and delineated 6 European metropolitan regions: Berlin, Brandenburg, Hamburg, Munich, Rhine-Main, Rhine-Ruhr, and Stuttgart as the engines of societal, economic, social, and cultural development. This new political emphasis on agglomerations of international or interregional standing is illustrated in Map 5.2, which depicts the major urban targets for spatial planning initiatives within thick hexagonal enclosures. Crucially, these new approaches to spatial planning were mobilized not only in the largest metropolitan regions, but also in less densely urbanized regions as well. To this end, the HRA introduced a project to create city networks that would bundle the socio-economic assets of small and medium-sized German cities and towns and thus establish larger, more internationally significant regional clusters for economic planning and industrial development. While the problematic of socio-territorial equalization remains central to this rescaled approach to national spatial planning, the issue was fundamentally reasoned in terms of the federal government's new priority of enhancing the territorial competitiveness of major urban regions. Taken together, these policy realignments entailed the most comprehensive reconfiguration of national spatial planning in the FRG since its introduction during the mid-1960s. Within this new framework, intranational uneven spatial development is understood as a necessary expression of local and 232. Regional economic specialization and thus as the appropriate geographical basis for national competitiveness rather than as a hindrance to sustainable macroeconomic growth. In post-unification Germany, then, national spatial planning has been reasoned from a political mechanism for alleviating How shall we organize the spatial structures of our country so that they secure economic competitiveness for this location relative to other locations in Europe and the world? This is the central question, and it will be posed more explicitly as the process of globalization continues. Klaus Topfer, Federal Minister of Spatial Planning. The redistributive agenda of German spatial planning has traditionally been justified as an effort to execute Article 72 of the German Federal Constitution, which requires the uniformity of living conditions throughout the national territory. However, the post-reunification redefinition of national spatial planning has generated qualitatively new understandings of what this requirement entails. Although the priority of socio-territorial equalization is still formally embraced within the official discourse of national spatial planning, its substantive political and geographical content has been, in practice, fundamentally inverted. During the post-war period, the equalization of living conditions was thought to entail the replication of certain minimum infrastructural conditions and levels of service provision across the entire national territory. By contrast, during the post-unification period, the project of equalizing life conditions has been equated increasingly with intensified international geographical differentiation and local economic specialization. This fundamental policy reversal was made most explicit in the 1993 Framework for Spatial Planning Policy Orientation, which argued that the alleviation of spatial inequalities can only be realized in the long term through the concerted promotion of self-reliant regional trajectories. Analogously, the Spatial Planning Report of 1993 reasoned the notion of spatial equalization through a distinction between the equivalence and similarity of regional conditions. The equivalence of living conditions should not be confused with their similarity. Enough room for maneuver must be maintained to enable different trajectories as well as initiatives from below. The state cannot guarantee an equalization in all areas, but can merely provide assistance for investments and initiatives particularly in the realm of infrastructure that favor self-reliant regional development. The classical Fordist problem of spreading growth from core industrial regions into the lagging peripheries has thus been superseded, in post-unification Germany, by various political initiatives designed to differentiate national economic space among specialized urban regions, each with its own unique, place-specific locational advantages, developmental trajectory, and position in the international spatial division of labor. 233. National territorial inequalities into a form of urban locational policy designed to enhance the competitive positions of major German urban regions within global and European circuits of capital. Analogously, in the Netherlands, the post-war framework of spatial planning, which was oriented towards the spatial diffusion of urbanization beyond the western agglomeration of the Randstad, has been radically reversed since the late 1980s. These realignments were initiated through two major national spatial planning initiatives, the Fourth Report on Spatial Planning of 1988 and the Fourth Report Extra of 1990. These new frameworks for national spatial planning specified the Randstad megalopolis as the regional engine of national economic growth and, on this basis, advocated the systematic reconcentration of socio-economic assets, advanced infrastructures, and capital investment into that region. Their goal was to develop an internationally competitive climate for inward investment in a limited number of cities while encouraging major regional economies throughout the Netherlands to make full use of their own particular assets. Under these circumstances, spatial planning was transformed into an economic policy of location factors in which regions, city regions, and locations were primarily assessed and classed in terms of their potential as a locational environment for pre-selected target groups of companies, services and households. Accordingly, in addition to delineating 9 specialized urban nodal points as the primary spatial units of economic growth, the Fourth Report introduced the conception of regions on the strength of their own assets as a crucial part of its strategy to promote internationally competitive investments within each of the county's major regional economies, particularly within the Randstad and the Central Netherlands urban ring. The Vinex was introduced in 1990 and significantly extended the major policy agendas of the Fourth Report. Extensive investments in the main ports and other key locations were presented as a key precondition for stimulating a metropolitan business climate that is internationally competitive, drawing new business to the Randstad. Meanwhile, 9 urban spearheads were delineated as the major growth clusters of the Dutch national economy. The Vinex definitively abandoned the earlier policy of promoting deconcentrated growth on a national scale, in favor of a new compact cities approach oriented towards the intensive concentration of urban growth in close proximity to existing settlements and transportation corridors. The Vinex also outlined various key projects through which large-scale infrastructural investments were to be directed into strategic locations within major urban regions, including, most prominently, the IJ Embankment and the Eastern Port Zone in Amsterdam, the Central Station Zone in The Hague, and the Kop van Zeewijd project in Rotterdam. In addition, 10 areas subject to combined spatial and environmental policy were delineated in order to regulate territorial development in strategic socio-economic sites such as Schiphol Airport, the Rotterdam Seaport, the Green Heart of the Randstad, the IJssel Lake between Amsterdam and Almere, and various additional environmentally sensitive locations. And nally, like the Fourth Report, the Vinex promoted new forms of spatial planning, infrastructural investment, and socio-economic policy on the scale of the Randstad as a whole in order to enhance the region's competitive position in European and world markets. In this manner, the mobilization of intensively customized, place-specific locational policies at urban, metropolitan, and regional scales became one of the overarching agendas of Dutch spatial planning. An equally fundamental transformation of spatial planning unfolded in Denmark as of the late 1980s. Following a decade of industrial decline and intensifying unemployment in Copenhagen, the 1989 National Planning Report stated that conditions were no longer appropriate to pursue the former doctrine of regional equality. The goal of appropriate multiplicity thus replaced that of equality as the overarching priority for national spatial planning. Shortly thereafter, all central government regional subsidy and incentives programs were summarily terminated. The raison d'etre of regional policy changed from addressing inter-regional inequalities to boosting the contribution of every region to national economic competitiveness. In 1990, the Danish National Parliament initiated a debate on Copenhagen's future as a global and European economic center, and the Danish national government subsequently introduced a new approach to spatial planning oriented towards the promotion of city regions, particularly Copenhagen and its surrounding metropolitan fringes, as the growth engines of the national economy as a whole. In this context, Prime Minister Poul Schlüter proposed to transform Copenhagen into the power center of Scandinavia. The 1992 Spatial Planning Report, Denmark in the year 2018, initiated a variety of large-scale infrastructural projects and planning schemes intended to enhance urban territorial competitiveness and supranational connectivity in Copenhagen and the transnational Ørested region. In particular, the conservative Liberal national government established a new, business-oriented Metropolitan Development Board and an Oristad Development Corporation responsible for promoting urban growth within a large plot of land between the central city and the airport. In addition, the national government Chan. 236. Nellied public resources into the redevelopment of Copenhagen's docklands, a new subway line, and the construction of the Sound Link, a combined tunnel and bridge linking Copenhagen to Malmö, Sweden. These new institutional forms and infrastructural configurations signaled a significant break from the earlier, redistributive remit of Danish spatial planning and the consolidation of a new approach to urban development as a strategic tool in order to achieve a better competitive position vis-à-vis other European city regions for investments. As a result of this fundamental policy reorientation, Copenhagen was transformed from an urban problem to a national asset within less than 20 years' time. This new, Copenhagen-centric vision of Danish national spatial planning is illustrated in Map 5.5. In contrast to the cases of Germany, the Netherlands, and Denmark, changes in the Italian, French, and British national spatial planning systems were induced less through comprehensive, nationwide realignments than through the interaction of national regulatory reforms and diverse, place and scale-specific policy initiatives. While the consequences of this interaction varied by national and local context, it generally entailed an increased differentiation of subnational institutional forms, regulatory arrangements, and planning techniques within each of these national territories. Moreover, many of the territorially customized, place and area-specific spatial planning and urban policy initiatives that were mobilized in Italy, France, and Britain during this period were justified explicitly as a means to enhance the international competitive advantages of major urban areas. Such locally and regionally specific planning reforms punctured inherited systems of national spatial planning by channeling socio-economic assets, major infrastructural investments, and public resources into designated urban nodal points that were in turn to be positioned strategically within European and global economic networks. The post-1980s evolution of spatial planning into a form of urban locational policy in three major European global city regions, Milan, Paris, and London, clearly illustrates these trends. The institutional landscape of Italian spatial planning was significantly reorganized as of the early 1990s, with the passage of a series of national laws oriented towards local government reorganization, metropolitan institutional reform, and urban economic growth. During the preceding decade, the period of extraordinary intervention in the Mezzogiorno had been terminated, and many state-owned enterprises were privatized. In 1991, the Cassa per il Mezzogiorno was abolished and replaced by locally elected administrations in the south. Although redistributive regional policies were not entirely abandoned, qualitatively new, developmentalist spatial policies and area-based initiatives were subsequently mobilized in order to enhance the international competitive positions of major Italian local and regional economies. In particular, since the early 1990s, territorial pacts 237 have been introduced in order to promote public-private cooperation, intersectoral networking, and territorial identification in strategic local economies. Consequently, a leopard skin model of specialized cities and regions replaced the traditional north/south economic geography that had traditionally animated Italian regional policy. In conjunction with these national reforms, a number of explicitly entrepreneurial local planning initiatives were introduced during the 1980s in Milan that were based upon ad hoc, project-oriented modes of state intervention rather than a comprehensive statutory plan. This fundamental reorientation of local spatial planning precipitated what Qualini terms an extraordinary format for policy making that situated Milan in an exceptional, unorthodox position in the Italian planning landscape. First, a number of local territorial agencies introduced a proactive and flexible approach to urban modernization oriented towards major development and infrastructural projects including the Malpensa Airport, the Garibaldi Repubblicanantial District, the Portello Fair District, the regional rail system, the Milan Stock Exchange, the Bicocca Technopole, and various older industrial sites that were intended to upgrade Milan's central functions in the European urban hierarchy. Second, new regional laws were introduced in Lombardy that moved away from the objective of achieving territorial balance and aimed at enhancing and internationalizing the region's economic development capacities. Third, the province of Milan, whose regulatory capacities were enhanced through a 1990 national law, introduced a provincial socio-economic plan intended to coordinate economic development policy, inter-RM relations, and vocational training within the extended metropolitan region. More generally, the post-1980s period witnessed the end of the model of a public, equitable city protected against private speculative interests in favor of a new form of spatial planning oriented towards the encouragement of all opportunities for cooperation and partnership with private developers and the business world in general, seen as the only way to beat public sector inefficiency and to compete against other cities internationally. Following the publication of the Guichard Report in 1986, the French National Spatial Planning Agency, DATER, became increasingly engaged in the promotion of urban and regional territorial competitiveness. Different French regions were now analyzed with reference to their structural position in the European economy and their relative capacities to compete against other major European regions. The national government introduced a new mechanism of spatial planning and urban policy, the Chartes d'Objectifs, through which local and regional officials were encouraged to formulate economic development projects designed to position major French cities strategically in the European space economy. Due to its emphasis on local economic competitiveness in a European context and its relatively decentralized mode of implementation, this new spatial planning initiative undermined the centralized, redistributive agenda associated with the post-war Métropoles d'Équilibre program. The national government abandoned the long-entrenched assumption that Paris grew at the cost of other French metropolitan areas and began more directly to acknowledge the specific needs of the Paris area as a world-class city in competition with London, Tokyo, and New York. Indeed, Paris was now increasingly considered to be the locomotive of the whole national economy. Against this background, the regional plan in the Paris region was renewed through a combination of national and local government consultations in the late 1980s. In the wake of Brunet's initial data report on the European Blue Banana, French political economic elites came to accept the view that further economic growth and spatial expansion would be required in the Île-de-France region in order to bypass London in the competition for the title of the megalopolis of Europe. Thus the initial SDR proposal of 1990, the Livre Blanc Île-de-France, promoted an aggressive concentration of high-speed transportation infrastructures, high-technology industries, and transnational RMS in the Paris region. Following extensive national and local debates, and the national electoral defeat of the socialists, a compromise solution known as the Grand Bassin strategy was proposed and subsequently adopted. The resultant Grand Bassin Charter, which was approved by the national government in 1994, was designed to combine continued growth in the urban core of Île-de-France with the channeling of overspill development into a historical ring of medium-sized cities, a supernova beyond the administrative limits of the central region including Chartres, Dreux, Évreux, Beauvais, Creil, and Compiègne. The new national commitment to promoting concentrated economic growth in the Paris region was further solidified in 2000, with the abandonment of the authorization procedure that had long required RMS seeking to locate in the Paris region to acquire central government permission. During the post-1980s period, the inherited British system of regional and spatial planning has been increasingly overlain by diverse policy initiatives oriented towards place and scale-specific conditions and the general priority of local economic development. During the course of 1980s, the Thatcherite central government introduced a number of deregulatory, market-oriented urban planning programs and aggressively promoted London as a global and European financial centre. Urban development corporations, enterprise zones, and simplified planning zones were established in a variety of strategic urban locations, including parts of London, Cardiff, Sheffield, Bristol, Leeds, and Manchester. These localized regulatory experiments bypassed traditional planning rules and local relays of democratic accountability while providing property developers with significant investment inducements, such as streamlined decision-making structures, simplified planning regulations, and tax exemptions. As of the early 1990s, a new cluster of national urban policies including City Challenge, City Pride, and the Single Regeneration Budget introduced a more inclusive, socially oriented, and partnership-based approach to urban redevelopment, but nonetheless perpetuated the growth-oriented regulatory agenda of the UDCs by impelling localities to formulate economic development strategies and to bid competitively for central government funding. In this national context of simultaneous administrative centralization, institutional fragmentation, and economic deregulation, spatial planning in the London region was significantly restructured. While the goal of regional decentralization had already been abandoned in the mid-1970s, the subsequent decade witnessed the consolidation of more concerted national and local political strategies designed to promote economic growth, local entrepreneurialism, and property redevelopment throughout the London metropolitan area. The centrally induced Big Bang of 1986, which deregulated key financial services industries, was intended to strengthen the city's strategic position relative to other European financial centres. However, following the 1986 abolition of the Greater London Council, spatial planning in the extended London region was fragmented among various agencies, including the centrally controlled Department of the Environment, London and South East Regional Planning Conference, the London Planning Advisory Committee, and the London Docklands Development Corporation. A report commissioned in 1991 by LPAC and other local governmental agencies, London, World City, outlined a variety of boosterist strategies and policy measures through which London's global and European competitive advantages could be enhanced. Subsequently, London's lack of strategic planning came to be viewed as a locational disadvantage relative to other European metropolitan regions, and the institutional fragmentation of the London region was counterbalanced during the course of the 1990s. New local promotion agencies, such as London Forum and London First, were established and, with the initiation of the City Pride program in 1992, a more comprehensive program of urban planning and economic development was elaborated whose aim was to ensure London's position as the only world city in Europe. This emphasis was reinforced in the early 2000s under the newly established Greater London Authority, led by Ken Livingstone, whose spatial planning program has likewise heavily emphasized the need to promote London's role as a world city. 11. In short, just as the nationally redistributive spatial planning policies of the post-war era actively facilitated the universalist political agendas of the Keynesian welfare national state, so too have the rescaled, metropolitanized spatial planning frameworks of the post-1980s period contributed significantly to the developmentalist, growth-oriented projects of post-Keynesian competition state regimes. 4. In order to pursue their goal of enhancing national competitive advantages in European and global circuits of capital, post-Keynesian competition states across Western Europe have attempted to establish new approaches to spatial planning through which to reconcentrate socio-economic assets, advanced infrastructural configurations, and transnational capital investment within their most internationally competitive city regions. Spatial planning has served as an essential institutional mechanism for such urban locational policies, for it has supplied state institutions at all geographical scales with place-specific and territorially customized policy instruments through which to channel developmental capacities into strategic urban locations. Gall and Modderman's comment on the Dutch Vinex Law of 1990 thus provides a more generally applicable summary of this transformation of national spatial planning into a form of urban locational policy during the post-1980s period. Spatial planning would not determine where economic activities should take place, which had proved ineffectual in the past. Rather, it would support the further development of the economically attractive areas of the country. Splintered infrastructural networks, urban megaprojects, and the rescaling of regulatory space. We are starting to witness the uneven overlaying and retrotting of new, high-performance urban infrastructures onto the apparently imminent, universal and public monopoly networks laid down between the 1930s and 1960s. In a parallel process, the diverse political and regulatory regimes that supported the rollout of power, transport, communications, and water networks towards the rhetorical goal of standardized ubiquity are, in many cities and states, being unbundled or even splintered, as a result of widespread movements towards privatization and liberalization. What this amounts to is the uneven emergence of an array of premium network spaces, new or retrofitted transport, telecommunications, power, or water infrastructures that are customized precisely to the needs of powerful users and spaces, whilst bypassing less powerful users and spaces. Stephen Graham. As discussed in the preceding chapter, national, regional, and local state institutions have long played a central role in the construction of large-scale 243. Transportation, communications, utilities, and development infrastructures both within and among major Western European cities. During the course of the post-war period, such state-planned, state-financed infrastructural configurations figured crucially in the establishment of Fordist urban production systems, in the consolidation of nationalized urban hierarchies, and in the embedding of cities within the nationally standardized, centralized regulatory configurations of the Keynesian welfare national state. However, this inherited model of urban infrastructure provision was systematically unsettled following the crisis of spatial Keynesianism in the 1970s. As the urban production systems, land use complexes, and public infrastructural configurations of the North Atlantic Fordist order were rendered increasingly obsolete, local, regional, and national governments were confronted with the problem of establishing new territorial infrastructures in and through which both transnational and local capital could circulate profitably. The transformations of Western European spatial planning systems described above were designed not only to revitalize major agglomeration economies and to channel globally competitive capital investments into strategic urban locations. Additionally, the rescaling of spatial planning was generally intertwined with concerted state spatial strategies to construct customized, high-performance technological infrastructures for telecommunications, energy provision, transportation, and economic development within major European urban regions. Such infrastructures have included, among other elements, globally oriented teleports, international hub air and water ports, wired technology parks, high-speed railways, as well as international supply connections in electricity, gas, and water. Given the importance of seamless, uninterrupted, long-distance geographical connectivity under conditions of intense geo-economic interdependence, these advanced technological infrastructures have become highly important locational factors for all major factions of capital during the post-1980s period. In light of this, state strategies to produce what Graham terms premium network spaces, namely, urban spatial infrastructures that are customized precisely to the needs of powerful users and spaces, whilst bypassing less powerful users and spaces, have become increasingly ubiquitous across Western Europe. As summarized in Fig 5.11, this intensive mobilization of national, regional, and local state institutions to produce premium networked infrastructural configurations has entailed a fundamental break from the universalist, nationalizing model of public infrastructure provision that prevailed during the Fordist Keynesian period. Indeed, despite the neoliberal rhetoric of privatized, market-led investment that pervades mainstream discourse on these newly established, high-performance infrastructures, their construction across the Western European urban system has, in practice, been premised upon a variety of quite intensive state regulatory operations. To be sure, due to the liberalization and deregulation of national and international markets for key public goods, private corporations have been involved more directly in the establishment and operation of large-scale, premium infrastructure networks. However, state and parastate institutions have figured crucially in the planning, financing, construction, management, and promotion of such infrastructural projects in most cases, by assuming or sharing their major financial risks, by channeling significant public resources into their financing, and by establishing location and project-specific regulatory arrangements to facilitate their implementation, effective operation, and profitability. The overarching goal of such infrastructure-oriented state spatial projects and state spatial strategies has been to undercut inherited monopolistic, redistributive, and socially inclusive regulatory arrangements while mobilizing state institutions actively towards the construction of new, targeted spaces of capital accumulation through selective deregulation, stripping away red tape and investment partnerships. Thus, in contrast to the technocratic, comprehensive, and universalizing approach to public infrastructure provision that prevailed during the Fordist Keynesian period, an institutionally fragmented, market-oriented, location-ally selective, and spatially splintered model has emerged in which planners and urban governance agencies for the best possible networked infrastructures for their specialized district, in partnership with network operators. This qualitatively transformed role of national, regional, and local state institutions in what Lefebvre described as the production of space on a grand scale can be summarized in general terms. The primacy of urban locational policy. The overarching goal of state infrastructural provision is no longer to provide universal, standardized public services through the geographical rolling out of utilities, communications, and transport grids evenly across the entire national territory. Instead, national, regional, and local state institutions have constructed customized, high-performance, place-specific infrastructural configurations as a key mechanism of urban locational policy, that is, as a means to enhance the territorial competitiveness of selected urban zones. While such projects have frequently been justified to national, regional, and urban populations through the assertion that their benefits will eventually trickle down in the form of new jobs and investments, they have been driven above all by the priority of promoting territorial competitiveness within circumscribed urban locations rather than by redistributive concerns at any spatial scale. Rescaled geographies. The geographies of state infrastructural provision have been rescaled. As we saw in the previous chapter, Keynesian welfare national states attempted to extend public infrastructures as evenly as possible throughout their territories. By contrast, state spatial strategies to construct 246 premium infrastructural configurations during the post-1980s period have entailed the reconcentration of major socio-economic assets and public resources into certain targeted urban zones or inter-urban corridors, which are in turn to be positioned optimally within European and global capitalist networks. This rescaling of state spatial strategies has also generally entailed significant transformations of the urban built environment, as targeted plots of urban land are revalorized, extant buildings are dismantled or retrotted, and entirely new building complexes are constructed in order to provide an appropriately delocalized physical technological space for the operation of advanced, high-performance infrastructural configurations. The normalization of exceptional spaces. In contrast to the comprehensive, relatively standardized, and hierarchically nested land use plans that prevailed during the Fordist Keynesian period, premium infrastructural networks are grounded upon new, strategic planning arrangements that permit flexible, site-specific decision-making procedures, funding schemes, zoning specifications, planning guidelines, and regulatory techniques. Through such exceptional, location-ally circumscribed planning mechanisms, high-performance infrastructures are unbundled from their immediate geographic contexts and regulatory environments, while being positioned more directly within supranational telecommunications, transport, and commercial networks. Of course, such exception-based, project-specific planning mechanisms had been mobilized, in certain instances, even prior to the current period, for instance, in the construction of national airports or strategic military installations, but they have become increasingly normalized during the last 2 decades as essential tools of urban infrastructural and economic policy. New institutional configurations. The institutional arrangements underlying state infrastructure provision have become increasingly complex, both in organizational and geographical terms. The collective public monopolies that dominated infrastructure provision during the Fordist Keynesian period were generally grounded upon relatively transparent, legally codified national bureaucratic hierarchies. By contrast, the construction of premium infrastructural configurations has been premised upon new forms of partnership and collaboration between state institutions and private capital, upon location-specific, special purpose, parastate agencies assigned to promote specific development projects, and upon flexible, informal governance networks whose goals, decision-making procedures, and participants may be continually renegotiated. These special-purpose development agencies have become increasingly pervasive across the Western European urban landscape, not least because they can be tasked with equipping strategic economic spaces with high-quality infrastructure without facing onerous political challenges or the imperatives of cross-subsidies and territorial equalization. While the spatial boundaries of these 247 new institutional configurations are generally deemed with reference to those of the infrastructural investments in question, they often involve the interaction of multiple levels of political authority, including European, national, regional, and local state institutions. The contraction of democratic accountability. In many European city regions, the establishment of premium networked infrastructures has entailed a contraction of inherited relays of democratic control over the process of urban development. Rather than operating through formal channels of representation and public accountability, many of the state agencies and quasi-governmental bodies involved in the planning, construction, and management of high-performance infrastructural configurations are dominated by planning experts, business and legal advisors, boosterist corporate elites, and other national and local power brokers. Accordingly, such agencies generally embrace the agendas of politically unaccountable national, regional, and local growth coalitions while excluding the concerns of the place-based constituencies that are most directly affected by their decisions. The interplay between the construction of premium infrastructural configurations and the rescaling of state space has been dramatically evident since the early 1980s in city regions of all types throughout Western Europe, from global cities, international financial centers, and major transportation/logistics nodes to high-technology production centers, revitalized manufacturing districts, and even declining industrial regions. In each case, the construction of new, high-performance infrastructures for communications, transportation, utilities provision, and economic development has been justified as a means to maintain, enhance, or revive the competitive advantages of a given city within supranational circuits of capital. And, in each case, new, rescaled state regulatory arrangements have been promoted as a key politico-institutional precondition for the establishment and effective operation of such infrastructural configurations. The following examples illustrate the role of rescaled state institutions as financiers, producers, regulators, and managers of premium, high-performance infrastructural networks in a number of major Western European cities. Eurolil TGV Interchange. Eurolil is a large-scale urban development project centered around a strategic high-speed rail interchange in the industrialized Nord-Pas-de-Calais region in northwestern France. Planning for this interchange, which lies along two major northern European rail lines, was initiated in the late 1980s through the efforts of Lille's entrepreneurial socialist mayor, Pierre Mauroy, and a local lobbying group, TGV Gare de Lille. Their common goal was to transform Lille into a post-industrial, high-technology service city. Thus, in addition to its 248 transnational logistical functions, Eurolil was also intended to ignite economic development at both urban and regional scales through a variety of grants projects, including an office tower, a shopping and hotel complex, and a conference center designed under the direction of Rem Koolhaas. The construction of the Eurolil infrastructural configuration was grounded upon a public-private partnership known as an SEM. The Eurolil SEM was headed by Mauroy and composed of a combination of private stakeholders and diverse public agencies. While the various elements of Eurolil have been embedded within a master plan deemed by state agencies, they have been implemented and managed outside the constraints of local government bureaucracies, through a place-specific, project-based, development-oriented, and semi-autonomous institutional formation. 12. Øresund Link and Orestad, Copenhagen. Proposals to construct a bridge and tunnel across the Øresund Link, the waterway separating Copenhagen, Denmark, and Malmö, Sweden, date to the 1960s. The Øresund Link proposals were rejuvenated in the late 1980s by the European Council of Industrialists and were subsequently concretized and approved by the Danish Parliament in 1991. In this context, the Øresund Link was viewed as the infrastructural foundation for the creation of a new, dynamic cross-border learning region based upon a cluster of advanced R&D intensive industries and fueled by a network of local universities, business schools, and research institutes. At an estimated cost of 11.7 billion Danish kronen, this combined railway/highway link is one of the largest cross-national infrastructure projects in the world. On the Danish side of the Øresund, the construction of the bridge/tunnel connection has also been linked to a large-scale, flagship urban development project on a land grid known as the Ørestad, situated on the island of Amager, midway between the Copenhagen city core and the cross-border waterway. The Ørestad has been planned as a high-performance, knowledge-based urban nodal point in which educational institutions, technologically advanced office buildings, and light industry are to be clustered along a strategic transportation axis. Its construction has also been closely intertwined with a major expansion of the Copenhagen metro system. As indicated in our discussion of the Rescaling of Danish national spatial planning above, these newly constructed, premium infrastructural projects in the Greater Copenhagen region have been implemented through place-specific, customized institutional forms, exceptional planning arrangements, and public-private partnerships. Thus, the Øresund Link project led to the establishment, in 1993, of a new cooperative planning organization, the Øresund Committee, which has served to facilitate regulatory partnerships among regional and local governmental agencies throughout the border region, to lobby the European Commission for financial support through the Interreg program, and, more generally, to market the region as an attractive investment site within an integrated European economy. 13. Analogously, the Ørestad Development Corporation was established in 1992 as an autonomous company owned by various state agencies. The ODC was modeled on the British Urban Development Corporations and has been oriented towards a Schumpeterian strategic growth policy, based at the state, regional and municipal level. Despite relatively low levels of private investment and increasing debt levels during the second half of the 1990s, the ODC has attempted to fund the new Ørestad infrastructure through the sale of newly valorized urban land. It has created an exceptional, project-specific planning scheme within the canals of the Ørestad zone that circumvents traditional, local land use regulations, and it has contributed to the adoption of an entrepreneurial, developmentalist approach to urban governance throughout the Greater Copenhagen region. 14. London Docklands. As mentioned above, during the early 1980s, the Thatcher government established UDCs in declining urban zones throughout Britain. The largest and most prominent was established in the London Docklands, a derelict port zone adjoining the Thames in the city's eastern periphery. Even though the 6,500-acre area was technically owned by 3 local boroughs, discretionary control over local land use was transferred to Aquango, the London Docklands Development Corporation, which thereby acquired primary responsibility for planning and development in the area. Insofar as the LDDC was dominated by centrally appointed developers and corporate elites, local development in the Docklands zone was effectively taken out of the electoral orbit of local government and placed in the hands of a non-elected body appointed centrally and responsible to the centre. The UK national government channeled massive financial resources into the LDDC during the 1981-90 period. It received over 59% of the total grants in aid funding distributed among 11 UDCs. The Docklands project was intended to replace brownfield sites across the port zone with an advanced transport, telecommunications, and development infrastructure designed to reinforce the global and European competitive advantages of London. Accordingly, the LDDC installed a number of large-scale, premium infrastructural configurations, including a customized light rail line, a small airport, 2 teleports, dedicated energy and highway access links, a variety of superimposed optic grids, and a large-scale, high-technology office development complex at Canary Wharf overseen by the Canadian developer Olympia and York. Consequently, as Graham and Marvin indicate, the Docklands can be viewed as the material product of a concerted national state strategy intended to create new packaged landscapes for the global financial services industries. 15. Main ports, Randstad. Since the late 1980s, the Dutch national government has devoted extensive public resources to the upgrading, expansion, and promotion of the country's two most important infrastructural sites, or main ports: Schiphol Airport near Amsterdam and the Rotterdam deep-sea container seaport. With the consolidation of the single European market, each of the Dutch main ports was perceived to be confronted with intensified competitive pressures from other major European locations: London, Paris, and Frankfurt, in the case of Schiphol Airport, and Antwerp and Hamburg, in the case of the Rotterdam seaport. Consequently, one of the central agendas of Dutch national economic policy in the 1990s was to promote the Netherlands as a distribution land, specialized in the transport of goods into and out of European markets, in significant measure through the establishment of high-performance logistical infrastructures within each of the main ports. As discussed above, the development of the main ports into major global and European logistical nodes was an explicit agenda of the Rescaling spatial planning initiatives that were mobilized through the Fourth Report and the Vinex. These policies also promoted a number of additional, premium infrastructural projects across the Randstad region, including the Betuwe Rail Freight Line, the High-Speed Rail Line South, the Amsterdam Teleport in Sloterdijk, Amsterdam South Axis, Amsterdam's Eastern Seaport, the Kop van Zeewijd in Rotterdam, and the new Centre of The Hague. These publicly financed infrastructural projects in the Randstad were closely intertwined with the introduction of new, place-specific forms of intergovernmental coordination and public-private partnership. The main ports were designated as projects of national importance and, on this basis, customized planning policies, special purpose development agencies, and public-private partnerships were introduced within their immediate environs. Concomitantly, during the course of the 1990s, the Dutch national government established a variety of place-specific consultative bodies, development agencies, and public-private partnerships in order to coordinate economic, transportation, and infrastructural policies at the scale of the entire Randstad. These have included the Randstad Administrative Commission, the Randstad Consultation on Spatial Planning, the Consultative Body on Structural Investments and, most recently, the Randstad Public Agency. Thus, even in the absence of the comprehensive administrative reforms associated with the city-provinces initiative, the Dutch national government's project of establishing premium network infrastructures across the Delta metropolis was closely intertwined with the significant rescaling of state institutional organization and state regulatory activity. 16. As this discussion indicates, the production of premium infrastructural networks has been enabled by, and has in turn significantly intensified, the rescaling of state space throughout Western Europe. 4. In the process of among their major cities, Western European states have rescaled their own institutional hierarchies and modes of regulatory intervention. Such rescaled state spaces, with their customized, special purpose, and place-specific regulatory configurations, are viewed as essential institutional preconditions for the establishment and effective operation of globally competitive, high-performance urban infrastructural grids. From this perspective, the construction of premium, high-performance infrastructures for communications, transportation, and economic development in major Western European city regions has entailed not only an unbundling of the centralized, nationally standardized, and territorially integrated infrastructural configurations that prevailed within high modernist and Fordist cities. Just as crucially, the establishment of such infrastructures has been intertwined with the differentiation of inherited frameworks of state spatial organization, as a city-centric patchwork of place-specific regulatory enclaves has been stretched unevenly across the Western European political landscape. Coda, a note on urban entrepreneurialism, interscalar alliances, and state rescaling. The foregoing analysis has explored the interplay between processes of state rescaling and the proliferation of urban locational policies during the last 2 decades. As of the early 1980s, experimental prototypes for urban locational policies were being pioneered by entrepreneurial local growth coalitions within a relatively small vanguard of Western European city regions. However, by the mid-1990s, the processes of state rescaling examined above had contributed to the transnational generalization of such competitiveness-oriented urban policy agendas throughout much of the Western European city system. At the same time, the continued diffusion of urban locational policies across the European urban system added further momentum to political initiatives to create customized, place and scale-specific forms of state spatial organization and state spatial intervention within major local and regional economies. These rescaling processes entailed the erosion of inherited, redistributive welfarist forms of territorial regulation, the imposition of new, market-based forms of local skill management, economic policy, and place promotion, the extension and intensification of aggressively competitive interlocality relations at European, national, and subnational scales, and the mobilization of new political strategies designed to enhance the global and European territorial competitiveness of major urban economies. Thus, even though urban locational policies were articulated in diverse political and institutional forms, both within and among Western European national states, their underlying entrepreneurial, competitiveness-driven logic was institutionalized quite 253 pervasively across Western Europe. It is in this sense, I would argue, that the spread of urban locational policies and the concomitant rescaling of state space led to the consolidation of a qualitatively new interscalar rule regime in which, to repeat Lippiette's succinct formulation, cities were increasingly viewed as a breeding ground for new productive forces. This is not to suggest that the complex, multifaceted, and intensely contested eld of urban governance was thereby reduced to a narrowly economistic agenda of positioning cities competitively within supranational circuits of capital. My claim, rather, is that the priority of promoting international territorial competitiveness, which is increasingly understood with reference to both economic and extra-economic factors, has come to deem the political and institutional parameters within which other dimensions of urban policy may be articulated. Given the overarching role of redistributive, collective consumption functions at the urban scale within the post-war framework of spatial Keynesianism, the primacy of urban locational policies within the newly consolidated interscalar rule regime of the post-1980s period represents a striking politico-institutional realignment. The account of urban locational policies developed in this chapter suggests a distinctive vantage point from which to interpret the vast, case study-based literature on entrepreneurial urban governance in Western Europe. 17 While such case studies have contributed significantly to our understanding of contemporary European cities, they have tended to conceive the transition to urban entrepreneurialism as the product of localized, often business-led, responses to newly imposed, supranational economic constraints. By contrast, the preceding analysis has emphasized the role of rescaled state spatial projects and state spatial strategies in facilitating the mobilization, institutionalization, and generalization of urban locational policies. To be sure, the proliferation of place-specific economic crises and the intensification of foreign direct investment within urban economies provided local political economic elites with significant, market-led incentives to form place-based, developmentalist alliances, to embrace the narrative of global and European interlocality competition, and, on this basis, to introduce local competitiveness policies. However, in light of the above discussion, the spread of urban growth machines and competitiveness-oriented local territorial alliances across Western Europe must also be understood in relation to the rescaled national political geographies, intergovernmental configurations, and institutional landscapes that were being forged during this same period. For, as Harvey emphasized over a decade ago, the transition to urban entrepreneurialism required a radical reconstruction of central to local state relations and the cutting free of local state activities from the welfare state and the Keynesian compromise. It was through the rescaling of inherited state spatial configurations and the recalibration of established interscalar relays that localized spaces for regulatory experimentation were opened up, in which aggressively extrospective, yet place-specific, urban development strategies could be mobilized and generalized across Western Europe. The urban locational policies described in this chapter were introduced by political alliances rooted within, and articulated across, a variety of spatial scales. In some cases, they involved tangled interscalar articulations among European, national, regional, and local political economic forces, which together attempted to rejig the framework of urban governance and to channel public and private resources into strategic urban locations. In other instances, urban locational policies were mobilized by national governments, often by circumventing extant municipal institutions and by establishing centrally controlled forms of local regulation. Under still other circumstances, locally embedded political economic alliances appear to have played a formative, durable role in the mobilization of urban locational policies, often by capitalizing upon strategic opportunities generated through the process of European integration. While activist, entrepreneurial mayors frequently contributed to the formation of such local development regimes, for instance, in cities such as Hamburg, Lille, Lyon, Milan, and Barcelona, the rescaling of national state spatial configurations described above was one of their essential institutional conditions of possibility. It is crucial to recognize, nally, that many of the aforementioned patterns of interscalar and territorial alliance formation coexisted within the same national institutional landscapes. The salient point here, then, is that urban locational policies were implemented during the post-1980s period through a diverse array of interscalar and territorial alliances. Any systematic, comparative study of urban governance restructuring in post-1980s Western Europe would need to examine the contextually specific political, institutional, and geographical bases of urban economic development strategies within each national territory. I have argued in this chapter that urban locational policies represent experimental, ad hoc political responses to the proliferation of place-specific economic crises, regulatory problems, and socio-political conflicts following the crisis of North Atlantic Fordism. Such policies were articulated through a broad range of state spatial projects and state spatial strategies designed to promote urban regions rather than national economies as the most essential geographical targets for economic development initiatives, and to customize the institutional infrastructure of urban governance according to place-specific political economic conditions. More generally, the regulatory realignments induced through urban locational policies were premised upon the assumption that a rescaling of state institutional organization and state regulatory activity could resolve the regulatory failures of spatial Keynesianism and unleash new economic growth capacities within major urban regions. 255. However, while the post-Keynesian state spatial projects and state spatial strategies surveyed in this chapter shared an underlying commitment to the creation of place-specific institutional configurations, to the mobilization of localized, area-based economic development strategies, and to the concentration of advanced socio-economic assets within strategic city regions, they diverged considerably in the visions of political economic transformation they aspired to realize. For, as we have seen, urban locational policies were promoted by a variety of opposed class forces and political alliances within each national, regional, and local context, including neoliberal coalitions concerned to grant new discretionary powers and public subsidies to transnational capital, neo-corporatist coalitions concerned to promote cross-class cooperation and to forge high-road developmental pathways, and neo-statist coalitions concerned to enhance the capacity of state institutions to override class-based coalitions. Yet, despite these profound differences in ideology, political agenda, and socio-economic base, all forms of urban locational policy entailed a fundamental break from the nationalizing, spatially equalizing regulatory project associated with spatial Keynesianism. In this sense, urban locational policies contributed markedly to the erosion of the nationalized forms of class compromise, territorial redistribution, and urban managerialism that had prevailed during the 1960s and early 1970s, and they likewise played a central role in facilitating a significant geographical differentiation of political economic space throughout Western Europe during the post-1980s period. This splintering of state space represents the most widespread political expression and institutional outcome of urban locational policies. 6. Alternative rescaling strategies and the future of new state spaces. Rather than resolving the contradictions of space, state action makes them worse. Henry Lefebvre. Reprise, State Space and the New Geopolitics of Uneven Development. Before proceeding to the null stage of this inquiry, I shall recapitulate, in broad strokes, the theoretical and empirical terrain we have traversed in the foregoing chapters. Throughout this study, I have returned repeatedly to the endemic problem of uneven spatial development under capitalism. On a theoretical level, I have confronted this problem through three distinct but intertwined arguments. 1. This analysis has been framed around the contention that the current round of global restructuring represents an intensification and reworking of inherited patterns of uneven spatial development. I have interpreted this transformation as the latest expression of the tension between deterritorialization and reterritorialization that has long underpinned the production of capitalist socio-spatial configurations. 2. This analysis has underscored the role of state institutions, at various spatial scales, in mediating and transforming patterns of uneven development. I have argued that state institutions may seek to enhance the geographies of uneven spatial development through diverse political strategies, including redistributive policies intended to alleviate socio-spatial inequalities and competitiveness-driven, growth-oriented policies that intensify the polarization of territorial development. 3. Through an investigation of the interplay between state spatial projects, state spatial strategies, and uneven development, this analysis has attempted to mobilize a processual conceptualization of state spatiality, and on this basis, to decipher the changing geographies of statehood under modern capitalism. I have proposed, on the one hand, that state spatial projects generate more or less centralized, more or less uniform, matrices of state spatial organization. Concomitantly, I have argued that, within each inherited framework of state spatial organization, state spatial strategies generate more or less nationalized, more or less equalized, geographies of political economic life. Taken together, state spatial projects and state spatial strategies produce historically specific configurations of state spatial selectivity in which inherited patterns of uneven development are provisionally regulated, new forms of regulatory experimentation are articulated, and new geographies of political economic life are forged. While the above propositions were elaborated on an abstract level in CHS 2 and 3, CHS 4 and 5 explored their ramifications on meso and concrete levels, through an investigation of uneven development, urban policy restructuring, and the remaking of state spatiality in Western Europe during the last 4 decades. In particular, 3 meso-level arguments corresponding to each of the 3 abstract propositions summarized above have emerged. 1. In post-1980s Western Europe, the current round of worldwide deterritorialization and reterritorialization has entailed a deepening and re-articulation of inherited patterns of uneven spatial development. European economic space has been simultaneously homogenized and redifferentiated through EU-level and national political strategies designed to dismantle inherited barriers to Europe-wide economic competition and to establish integrated commodity, capital, and labor markets at a European scale. This has facilitated the development of transnational corporate accumulation strategies oriented towards Europe-wide spatial divisions of labor. At the same time, this wave of supranational market integration has provoked various national, regional, and local political strategies intended to enhance the territory, place, and scale-specific features of particular investment locations. In this sense, the tendential integration of European political economic space has been tied to processes of socio-spatial differentiation and rescaling, as diverse political coalitions have maneuvered to position their respective territories strategically within a rapidly changing geo-economic order. These contradictory tendencies of integration, differentiation, and rescaling have produced a new European socio-spatial mosaic characterized by intense economic dynamism within a select group of powerful, globally interlinked cities, regions, and industrial districts, and by enhanced stagnation, marginalization, and exclusion within many of Europe's older industrial cores and underdeveloped, peripheral zones. 2. Across Western Europe, the last 4 decades have witnessed an inversion in state approaches to the regulation of uneven development. During the Fordist Keynesian period, state institutions sought to alleviate intranational territorial inequalities, which were viewed as an impediment to balanced, stabilized macroeconomic growth. Following a transitional period of crisis-induced restructuring and regulatory experimentation in the 1970s, the redistributive policy relays of spatial Keynesianism were undermined. As of the 1980s, a new, growth-oriented and competitiveness-driven approach to urban governance was consolidated. With the proliferation of urban locational policies during this decade and thereafter, state institutions at various spatial scales began actively to intensify uneven development by promoting the most strategic cities and city regions within each national territory as privileged sites for transnational capital investment. Under these conditions, uneven spatial development is increasingly viewed as an unavoidable precondition for protable capital accumulation rather than as a potentially destabilizing barrier to the latter. 3. In conjunction with the aforementioned realignments, patterns of state spatial selectivity have been fundamentally transformed. During the Fordist Keynesian period, a nationalized, territorially uniform configuration of state space was established through the historically specific constellation of state spatial projects and state spatial strategies associated with spatial Keynesianism. Within this nationalized interscalar rule regime, state administrative arrangements were centralized and standardized, urban policies were subordinated to national regulatory imperatives, urban economies were subsumed within national spatial divisions of labor, and inherited territorial inequalities were alleviated through nationally redistributive spatial policies. Following the crisis of North Atlantic Fordism, however, this formation of state spatiality was thoroughly destabilized. By the 1980s, a significantly rescaled configuration of state spatial selectivity was forged as urban locational policies proliferated across Western Europe. Such policies were premised upon new state spatial projects and state spatial strategies designed to enhance the supranational territorial competitiveness of major cities and city regions. Within this transformed interscalar rule regime, state regulatory capacities have been decentralized and customized according to place, scale, and jurisdiction-specific conditions. Major socio-economic assets and advanced infrastructural investments have been reconcentrated within strategic urban and regional economies, and urban policy has been reoriented from redistributive managerial priorities towards the goal of positioning major cities and city regions advantageously within global and European circuits of capital. In short, the proliferation of urban locational policies during the last 2 decades has facilitated the consolidation of a rescaled, territorially differentiated configuration of state space in which interlocality competition, divergent local developmental pathways, and the intensification of intranational socio-spatial polarization are actively promoted through state institutions and policies. The transformed configuration of state spatiality that has crystallized through these transformations may be provisionally characterized as a rescaled competition state regime. Rescaled, because it rests upon scale-sensitive political strategies intended to position key subnational spaces optimally within supranational circuits of capital accumulation. A competition state, because it privileges the goal of economic competitiveness over traditional welfarist priorities such as equity and redistribution, and a regime, because it represents an unstable, evolving institutional geographical mosaic rather than a fully consolidated framework of statehood. Within this rescaled configuration of state spatiality, national governments have not simply downscaled or upscaled regulatory power, but have attempted to institutionalize competitive relations between subnational administrative units as a means to position local and regional economies strategically within supranational circuits of capital. In this sense, even in the midst of the wide-ranging rescaling processes that have unsettled traditional, nationally focused regulatory arrangements, national states have attempted to retain control over major subnational political economic spaces by situating them within rescaled, but still nationally coordinated, accumulation strategies. The transformation of Western European Keynesian welfare national states into RCSRs has been mediated through diverse political agendas and has been pursued along divergent pathways of institutional and scalar restructuring in different national contexts. Despite this, however, I have argued that a systemic transformation of Western European statehood has become evident during the last 3 decades. The notion of an RCSR is intended to summarize the main institutional and scalar contours of this transformation, as initially outlined in Fig 3.12. In this concluding chapter, my goal is to extend this RST-cut conceptualization of RCSRs by exploring their continued institutional and scalar evolution during the 1990s and early 2000s. To elaborate such a second cut analysis, I argue, RST, that the splintered institutional landscapes of RCSRs are permeated by chronic regulatory deficits and crisis tendencies. 4. Despite their goal of unleashing new economic development capacities, urban locational policies have contributed to a variety of disruptive, dysfunctional trends that have destabilized the accumulation process and undermined the territorial coherence of political economic life. On this basis, I examine 3 alternative strategies of rescaling that have been mobilized in response to this situation: neighborhood-based anti-exclusion initiatives, metropolitan reform initiatives, and interurban networking initiatives. This latest round of state rescaling has partially counteracted some of the most polarizing, contradictory effects of urban locational policies, and has contributed to a further institutional evolution and scalar differentiation of RCSRs. It has also opened up some new spaces of regulatory experimentation in which diverse political alliances are attempting to return issues of territorial cohesion back to the center of debates on the urban question. I argue, however, that these highly scale-sensitive approaches to crisis management have done little to subvert the competition-driven, growth RST logic upon which urban locational policies are grounded. They thus represent evolutionary modifications within RCSRs rather than a transcendence of the latter. This second cut interpretation suggests that RCSRs have been locked into a vicious cycle in which ineffectual regulatory experiments engender equally dysfunctional institutional innovations, causing the economic, social, and political dislocations of post-Keynesian urban governance to be further exacerbated. I conclude by considering the prospects for a more optimistic, third-cut transformation of RCSRs, in which the regulatory deficits and crisis tendencies of urban locational policies would be counterbalanced through the establishment of a Europe-wide, territorially equalizing interscalar rule regime. 2. I argue that such a scenario will be difficult, if not impossible, to accomplish unless the forces of transnational neoliberalism, and the socially regressive regulatory geographies they promote, are challenged. The logic of interurban competition turns cities into accomplices of their own subordination. The public subsidy of zero-sum competition at the interurban scale rests on the economic fallacy that every city can win, shored up by the political reality that no city can afford principled non-involvement in the game. Jamie Peck and Adam Tickle. The implementation of urban policy is frequently associated with crises, which are diffused temporarily through a centrally orchestrated state apparatus, to reappear at a later date and require new urban policies that, in turn, create further contradictions and crisis. Martin Jones and Kevin Ward. As outlined in the preceding chapter, urban locational policies and, by implication, RCSRs are premised upon spatially polarizing institutional innovations and regulatory initiatives. In neoliberalized political systems, such policies are justified through the contention that stable macroeconomic growth will be secured as local and regional economies are forced to compete on the basis of their supranational market positions. By contrast, in national and regional contexts in which social and Christian democratic traditions have remained more robust, intranational territorial inequalities are usually viewed as an unavoidable consequence of global and European economic integration. The polarization of territorial development is seen as an undesirable but necessary side effect of political initiatives to maintain national economic competitiveness. In both instances, however, it is assumed that the place-specific competitive advantages of city regions will not be threatened by rising levels of intranational socio-spatial polarization. More generally, it is assumed that the benefits of urban economic dynamism both within and beyond the city regions that are targeted for development initiatives will offset any detrimental political economic consequences that might flow from the new territorial polarization. In practice, however, such assumptions have proven to be thoroughly problematic. 4. As noted in the opening chapter of this book, while uneven spatial development may present certain fractions of capital with new opportunities for profit-making, it may also undermine the socio-economic and territorial preconditions upon which the accumulation process as a whole depends. As numerous urban scholars have suggested, a number of regulatory failures and crisis tendencies have become evident across the Western European urban system during the last 2 decades, as national, regional, and local state institutions have mobilized urban locational policies in the absence of a comprehensive regulatory framework for containing their territorially polarizing consequences. 3 such policies have proven contradictory in the sense that, in channeling public resources towards the goal of enhancing urban territorial competitiveness, they have simultaneously contributed to a destabilization of urban, regional, and national economic development. To be sure, the patterns of regulatory failure and crisis formation induced by urban locational policies have been articulated in nationally, regionally, and locally specific forms. For instance, the macro-geographical impacts of offensive, social democratic approaches to urban locational policy have been less destructive, destabilizing, and polarizing than defensive, neoliberal approaches. Nonetheless, as Harvey recognized in the late 1980s, urban locational policies cause urban systems to become more vulnerable to the uncertainties of rapid change and thus trigger all manner of upward and downward spirals of urban growth and decline. The following are among the major regulatory failures and crisis tendencies that have been generated through the widespread mobilization of urban locational policies in post-1980s Western Europe. Inefficiency and waste. Urban locational policies enhance competitive pressures upon subnational administrative units to offer favorable terms to potential investors. As these policies have been diffused, the potential disadvantages of a failure or refusal to introduce them have escalated. Despite this, there is currently little evidence that urban locational policies generate positive supply-side gains for local economies, for instance, by upgrading locally embedded industrial capacities. More frequently, such initiatives have entailed public subsidies to private RMS, leading to a zero-sum redistribution of capital investment among competing locations within the EU. In this manner, urban locational policies may induce inefficient allocations of public resources as taxpayer revenues are channeled towards the promotion of private accumulation rather than towards the general conditions of production or social expenditures. Hence, as Cheshire and Gordon conclude, much territorial competition is pure waste. Short-termism. The proliferation of urban locational policies has encouraged the search for short-term gains at the expense of more important longer-term investments in the health of cities and the well-being of their residents. Even though some cities have managed to acquire short-term competitive advantages through the early adoption of urban locational policies, such advantages have generally been eroded as analogous policies have been diffused among similarly positioned cities within the European spatial division of labor. In this sense, while urban locational policies have helped unleash short-term bursts of economic growth within some cities and regions, they have proven far less effective in sustaining that growth over the medium or long term. Global enclavization. Urban locational policies entail the targeting of strategic, globally connected urban regions, or specific locations therein, as the engines of national economic dynamism. Such policies are premised upon the assumption that enhanced urban territorial competitiveness will benefit the broader regional and national space economies in which cities are embedded. In practice, however, urban locational policies have contributed to the establishment of technologically advanced, globally connected urban enclaves that generate only limited spillover effects into their surrounding territories. This tendency towards global enclavization is being articulated at a local scale, as advanced infrastructural hubs and high-technology production centers are delinked from adjoining neighborhoods, and at supralocal scales, as globally competitive agglomerations are delinked from older industrial regions and other marginalized spaces within the same national territory. The resultant intensification of national and local socio-spatial polarization may undermine macroeconomic stability. It may also breed divisive, disruptive political conflicts. Regulatory undercutting. Particularly in their defensive, neoliberal forms, urban locational policies have encouraged a race to the bottom in social service provision as national, regional, and municipal governments attempt to reduce the costs of capital investment within their territorial jurisdictions. This process of regulatory undercutting is dysfunctional on a number of levels. It aggravates rather than alleviates municipal fiscal and regulatory problems. It worsens life chances for significant segments of local and national populations, and it exacerbates entrenched inequalities within national urban hierarchies. These outcomes tend to downgrade national economic performance. Uneven spatial development and territorial connects. The aforementioned regulatory problems may assume more moderate forms in conjunction with offensive, social democratic forms of urban locational policy. Nonetheless, offensive forms of urban locational policy are likewise prone to significant crisis tendencies. First, like defensive approaches to urban locational policy, offensive approaches operate as a strategy for strengthening some territories vis-a-vis other territories and other nations. They thus increase the probability of strong economies more than the weak, and intensify uneven development beyond the territorial zones in which they are deployed. The macroeconomic instability that subsequently ensues may undermine the very localized socio-economic assets upon which offensive urban locational policies depend. Second, even more so than defensive forms of urban locational policy, offensive approaches to urban economic development suffer from serious problems of politicization. Their effectiveness hinges upon being conned to locally delineated areas, yet the apparent successes of such strategies at a local scale generate intense distributional pressures as other localities and regions within the same national territory strive to replicate the recipe or to reap some of its natural benefits. Problems of interscalar coordination. The proliferation of place-specific strategies of local economic development exacerbates coordination problems within and among national, regional, and local state institutions. First, because urban locational policies enhance the geographical differentiation of state regulatory activities without embedding subnational competitive strategies within an encompassing national policy framework, they have undermined the organizational coherence and functional integration of state institutions. 4. As Goodwin and Painter explain, the increasing geographical differentiation of state regulatory activities induced through local economic development policies is as much a hindrance as a help to regulation. Second, this lack of supranational or national regulatory coordination in the field of urban policy may exacerbate the economic crisis tendencies discussed above. It enhances the likelihood that identical or analogous growth strategies may be replicated serially across the European urban system, thus accelerating the diffusion of zero-sum forms of interlocality competition. Democratic accountability and legitimation problems. Finally, the proliferation of urban locational policies has generated new connects regarding democratic accountability and political legitimation. Many of the new, highly fragmented institutional forms established to implement urban locational policies are dominated by non-elected government bureaucrats, technical experts, property developers, and corporate elites who are not accountable to the populations that are most directly affected by their activities. While this lack of political accountability may enable regulatory agencies to implement urban locational policies more efficiently, it systematically undermines their ability to address broader social needs and to maintain territorial cohesion. The institutional fragmentation of statehood induced through urban locational policies thus constrains the capacity of state institutions, at various spatial scales, to address many of the dysfunctional side effects of such policies, both within and beyond the cities in which they are deployed. This fragmentation may also generate serious legitimation deficits if oppositional social forces are able to politicize the negative socio-economic consequences of urban locational policies or their undemocratic character. These regulatory problems and crisis tendencies are of considerable significance to the present analysis note only because they illustrate the internally contradictory character of urban locational policies. They also provide a theoretical basis on which to decipher the institutional and scalar evolution of RCSRs during the 1990s and early 2000s. Drawing upon F's approach to crisis theory, Hudson has recently suggested that state institutions may transform their own internal structures and modes of operation as they attempt to reconcile the contradictions inherent to involvement in the economy and society. Building upon this insight, I suggest that a crisis-induced recalibration of RCSRs has been unfolding since the mid-1990s, as the disruptive, dysfunctional consequences of urban locational policies have become more apparent. Under these circumstances, a rescaled layer of state spatial projects and state spatial strategies has been forged within RCSRs whose purpose is to confront some of the major regulatory failures that have been generated through urban locational policies. State rescaling has thus come to operate not only as a political strategy for promoting local economic development, but also as a form of crisis management designed to manage the regulatory deficits, dislocations, and connects induced through earlier rounds of state spatial restructuring. These rescaled strategies of crisis management have not challenged the growth-driven, competitiveness-oriented logic of urban locational policy. Nonetheless, such strategies have entailed the construction of institutional anchoring mechanisms through which state institutions are attempting to monitor, manage, and alleviate some of the most destructive political-economic consequences of such policies. The institutional and scalar architectures of RCSRs have been qualitatively molded through the interaction of this new, scale-sensitive politics of crisis management with inherited, post-Keynesian approaches to urban governance. In order to explore this latest round of state rescaling, and thus develop a second-cut interpretation of RCSRs, I shall consider three scale-specific forms of regulatory experimentation that have been mobilized since the early 1990s: neighborhood-based anti-exclusion initiatives, metropolitan reform initiatives, and interurban networking initiatives. The political form, institutional shape, and scalar configuration of each of these crisis management strategies have varied not only by national, regional, and local context, but also in relation to the specific types of urban locational policy that were previously mobilized within those contexts. For it is in relation to the endemic regulatory failures of such policies that the alleged need for a recalibration or extension of state rescaling processes has been perceived, politicized, and acted upon in specific politico-institutional settings. Despite their otherwise divergent institutional forms, scalar foci, and regulatory aims, these three forms of state rescaling share several common features. They have been oriented towards the place and scale-specific political-economic conditions of urban regions. They have attempted, through spatially selective state projects and state strategies, to alleviate the new forms of uneven development that have emerged within and between European cities during the last 2 decades. They have attempted, through a further scalar differentiation of state space, to counteract some of the regulatory failures associated with earlier approaches to urban locational policy. They have reintroduced a concern with territorial cohesion back into debates on the urban question, often on the basis of claims that such an emphasis is not only compatible with, but conducive to, the pursuit of territorial competitiveness. In interpreting the latest round of state rescaling as a form of crisis management, I am not suggesting that state spatial configurations evolve automatically and coherently in response to inherited policy failures, or that they effectively resolve the latter. Recent rescaling initiatives in European city regions have emerged through the combined impacts of deliberate design, institutional learning, trial and error regulatory experimentation, chance discoveries, and political compromises, as diverse social forces, political coalitions, and territorial alliances have struggled to reshape the eld of urban governance and, more generally, to enhance the trajectory of state spatial restructuring. As I argue below, the capacity of these rescaled forms of crisis management to resolve the regulatory deficits within RCSRs remains highly problematic at the present time, and these crisis management strategies have also generated new connects and crisis tendencies of their own. In each case, therefore, the rescaling of state space has served at once as the basis on which a particular form of crisis management has been launched and as the source of new regulatory dislocations within RCSRs. I shall not attempt here to provide a comprehensive survey of each of these rescaling initiatives. As in the preceding 2 chapters, this meso-level account aims to illuminate the general, pan-European features of the institutional shifts and policy realignments in question, and on that basis, to specify their cumulative implications for urban governance, the regulation of uneven spatial development, and the evolving scalar geographies of Western European statehood. Rescaling downward, neighborhood-based anti-exclusion initiatives. A number of scholars have drawn attention to the intensification of socio-spatial polarization within major European cities during the last 3 decades. For increasingly, the neighborhood scale is recognized as a major site at which new social and territorial inequalities have been articulated, as disadvantaged populations and social problems have been concentrated within inner-city areas and outlying housing estates. Of course, class and ethnicity-based forms of urban residential segregation have a long lineage in the history of European urbanism. Accordingly, the scholarship on the new urban exclusion has attempted to disaggregate the impacts of recent global shifts, inherited national institutions, and emergent local struggles on the socio-spatial fabric of European cities. Given the multiple political economic forces underlying contemporary urban socio-spatial polarization, it would be problematic to view the latter as a direct outcome of urban locational policies. Nonetheless, because such policies have facilitated the reorientation of urban governance away from socially and spatially redistributive goals, they have contributed to an intensification of intra-urban territorial inequalities during the post-1980s period. In a number of Western European national states, and also at a European scale, the problem of urban socio-spatial polarization has been met with qualitatively new, rescaled regulatory responses during the course of the 1990s. 3 aspects of these strategies to counteract urban socio-spatial polarization deserve emphasis here: their scalar selectivity, their regulatory goals, and their institutional configuration. 1. Urban policy at a neighborhood scale. The policies in question target specific, clearly delineated areas and neighborhoods for multifaceted forms of policy intervention. These urban districts are generally delineated strictly such that anything that is not located inside the selected area will be excluded from the programs. Although the urban renewal policies of the Fordist Keynesian period likewise targeted specific urban zones, the area-based urban policies of the 1990s widened the scope of intervention to include not just physical upgrading but also social relations, including social networks, labor market participation, educational opportunities, and so forth. In each case, therefore, policies are devised and implemented with reference to the place-specific socio-economic conditions and perceived problems of disadvantaged neighborhoods. 2. Social exclusion as a threat to economic competitiveness. The goal of neighborhood-based urban policies is to combat the problem of social exclusion, conceived not only in terms of economic factors such as income levels and job availability, but also in explicitly social terms, with reference to the social networks, institutional environments, and life chances of local inhabitants. Moreover, in contrast to earlier welfarist policies oriented towards urban problems such as poverty, crime, and unemployment, anti-exclusion policies are justed as a means to enhance urban territorial competitiveness. 4. As Harlow notes, social exclusion is seen as potentially or actually having negative consequences for competitiveness and cohesion. Conversely, social inclusion or cohesion is seen as likely to have positive consequences for competitiveness. In this sense, neighborhood-based anti-exclusion policies may be understood as a significant extension and tuning of urban locational policies. Anti-exclusion policies acknowledge explicitly that territorial inequalities, in this case, those that emerge within cities, may undermine urban competitiveness. The new urban social policies are thus promoted less as an alternative to urban locational policies than as a stabilizing complement to the latter. 3. A multilayered but localized institutional structure. Neighborhood-based anti-exclusion policies generally entail the interaction of multiple tiers of state organization, as well as the involvement of various non-state actors, such as neighborhood and community-based associations, private business alliances, and quasi-non-governmental organizations. However, while national state institutions, and in some cases, the European Commission, have guided crucially in initiating and funding such area-based regulatory experiments. The latter have exhibited a strongly localized character. Their specific politico-institutional forms have been conditioned above all by place-and-scale specific political economic circumstances, coalitions, and struggles rather than by top-down policy directives. Thus, in contrast to post-war anti-poverty policies, which were nationally formulated and locally implemented, the new approaches to social exclusion are more likely to be organized by, and take their direction from, local forms of regulation. They often involve partnerships, contracts, and covenants between national state institutions and various local and neighborhood-level institutions in which the objectives, eligible participants, and time frames for specific policy programs are specified. They also generally involve systematic efforts, at various scales of state power, to integrate previously distinct spheres of policy in the context of concerted neighborhood-level interventions. The concentration of poor in Copenhagen municipality is seen as a burden in the context of attracting investments in competition with Berlin, Hamburg, Stockholm, and other European cities. Changing Copenhagen's social geography has thus become a primary strategy for developing its competitiveness. The policy to help disadvantaged groups catch up with the rest of society was legitimate with reference to the presumably negative effect that deprived neighborhoods would have on the economic base of urban amenities and on the attractiveness of the city as a prime location for economically robust companies and households. The urban problem has been reasoned in terms of a supposed lack of social cohesion, leading ultimately to social and economic exclusion. This new concept embraces some old issues including poverty, crime, and quality of life but now cast less as symptoms of urban failure than as potential obstacles to competitive success, both for the cities themselves and for the national economies that increasingly rely on them. The political agenda for cities is thereby deemed as the search for institutions and policies that might reconcile competitiveness and cohesion goals. Key examples of neighborhood-based anti-exclusion policies in contemporary Western Europe include the following. Kvarterloft Program, Denmark. The Danish national government founded an urban commission in the early 1990s in order to promote social and economic improvements within 500 housing estates. The commission provided financial support for a variety of neighborhood-based initiatives, including physical upgrading, rent reductions, and other social programs. Subsequently, the national government introduced the Urban Area Improvement Program, which focused on 7 large neighborhoods located in Copenhagen and several other Danish cities. Through the establishment of localized governance networks and public-private partnerships, this program was intended to enhance labor market participation, public safety, and social vitality in disadvantaged neighborhoods. Grootsteden Beleid, Netherlands. In the Dutch context, urban renewal policies were decentralized during the 1990s. Emblematic of these changes, the Big Cities policy was introduced in 1996. Its overarching goal was to stimulate local governance networks that could address the aggravating problems threatened to put a spoke in the wheel of the motors of the economy, the major cities. One of the key goals of the GSP has been to promote an integrated approach to urban regeneration, in which multiple national governmental ministries, along with diverse local institutions, associations, and actors, would collaborate to confront social problems such as long-term unemployment, environmental degradation, and crime. The GSP allotted public funds to rejuvenate marginalized neighborhoods within the major Dutch cities, whose socio-economic vitality was now viewed as a key precondition for national economic prosperity. While the GSP was initially oriented towards the 4 motors of the Dutch national economy, the G4 of Amsterdam, Rotterdam, Utrecht, and The Hague, it has subsequently been expanded to include the so-called G15 and the G6, 2 additional clusters of medium-sized towns that likewise manifested serious problems of socio-spatial polarization. Contrats de Ville, France. The so-called Politique de la Ville was introduced in France during the late 1970s in order to confront the social problems of deprived areas within the French urban system. Such urban social policies were expanded during the 1980s, RST through the Développement Social des Quartiers, which targeted 148 neighborhoods, and then through the Développement Social Urbain, which increased the number of targeted areas to 540. These programs were further expanded in the early 1990s through the Kant-Ratzdeville program, which was oriented towards employment, crime, and education in over 1,200 disadvantaged urban areas. The Kant-Ratz perpetuated, in a more comprehensive form, the anti-exclusion agendas of previous approaches to politique de la ville, while also introducing new forms of collaboration among diverse institutions, including the national government, regional and local authorities, and, in many cases, private bodies. Additional area-based state policies were also mobilized during the 1990s, for instance, the Concerted Program for Urban Development, and the large-scale urban projects. City Challenge and Single Regeneration Budget, United Kingdom. Following the market-oriented transformation of British urban policy under the Thatcher government, area-based forms of urban social policy were mobilized across the UK in the 1990s. Aside from their explicit focus on marginalized urban neighborhoods, these new urban social policies have been characterized by competitive regimes of resource allocation, in which local authorities must bid against one another for access to public funds, an emphasis on localized governance networks, community-based initiatives, and public-private partnerships, and an orientation towards a range of urban socio-economic issues, from labor markets, housing, environmental conditions, and education, to crime, recreation, and economic competitiveness. The City Challenge program was introduced in 1992. It allocated £37.5 million to 31 local partnerships during a VE-year period. City Challenge focused on so-called areas of concentrated disadvantage with the goal of promoting localized economic growth and enhancing the social integration of marginalized populations. This program was expanded in 1994, through the Single Regeneration Budget, which amalgamated resources from various governmental departments and 20 urban policy initiatives into a single urban social fund. Urban Program, European Commission. Since 1994, neighborhood-based anti-exclusion policies have been mobilized by the European Commission, above all through the Urban Program. Urban has drawn upon, and has to some extent been coordinated. Extension and deepening of post-1980s forms of state spatial restructuring. Indeed, much like urban locational policies, so too have neighborhood-based anti-exclusion policies contributed to the consolidation of decentralized, territorially customized state spatial configurations and localized, place-specific forms of state intervention. Yet, as Fig 6.1 also indicates, the state spatial projects and state spatial strategies associated with neighborhood-based anti-exclusion programs have tendentially molded the geographical architecture of RCSRs in at least two ways. First, such localized anti-exclusion initiatives have attempted to introduce a new scalar niche and territorial arena within RCSRs, namely, the urban neighborhood, district, or quartier. In this manner, the neighborhood has become a key spatial and institutional field for post-Keynesian regulatory experiments. Second, neighborhood-based anti-exclusion initiatives have attempted to alleviate, at a highly localized scale, some of the polarizing socio-spatial consequences of previous rounds of political economic restructuring, including those induced through urban locational policies. By confronting the problem of uneven spatial development in place and scale-specific ways, local anti-exclusion programs have entailed a significant evolutionary modification within RCSRs. They have expanded the problematic of territorial competitiveness to include a variety of cohesion-related issues, such as employment, housing, education, and crime, that had not previously been addressed within the parameters of urban locational policy. Neighborhood-based anti-exclusion policies may thus be viewed as an important new anchoring mechanism through which one of the major regulatory deficits of urban locational policies is being addressed, albeit exclusively within the context of particular urban districts. Neighborhood-based anti-exclusion policies have helped to reinvigorate public debates on the problem of territorial inequality in Western European cities. However, their highly localized scalar focus also appears to represent a significant structural limitation. While the neighborhood-level orientation of these anti-exclusion policies enables them to be customized according to place-specific conditions, most of the social problems they aim to confront are not, in fact, confined to the targeted areas. Consequently, selecting appropriate spatial targets, particularly if they are required to be neighborhood-based, remains highly problematic, for selecting only areas with the biggest problems might mean that areas with a score that is slightly better on the variables such as unemployment, crime, and quality of life do not get any attention. Relatedly, many area-based urban social policies engender the unintended but dysfunctional consequence of displacing social problems from the targeted areas into other zones of a metropolitan region. In this scenario, such policies redistribute the spatial expressions of social exclusion among different locations within an urban agglomeration, rather than addressing their underlying political-economic causes. Insofar as localized, neighborhood-level anti-exclusion policies are adopted as a means to address social problems that are actually metropolitan-wide or even national, they may obscure the supralocal institutional contexts in which territorial inequalities are generated. Finally, many neighborhood-based anti-exclusion initiatives are not coherently integrated into European or national frameworks of spatial, regional, and urban policy. They thus exacerbate the fragmentation of state space by generating a patchwork of localized, place-specific regulatory enclaves. While some recent urban policy initiatives, such as the Urban Programme of the European Commission, the British Single Regeneration Budget, and the French Contrats de Ville, are more explicitly attuned to the need for interscalar coordination and meta-governance, the problem of institutional fragmentation is endemic to localized, area-based approaches to urban regeneration. Thus, even under the most favorable political circumstances, the integration of area-based initiatives into metropolitan-wide or national developmental strategies poses major regulatory challenges. This pessimistic assessment is not intended to deny the possibility that neighborhood-based initiatives might play a stabilizing, progressive role in processes of urban regeneration. For, as Moulaert has argued, such local social policies may contain considerable potential to establish alternatives to growth-oriented, competition-based models of urban development, but only if they are systematically linked to, and integrated within, a broader European and national redistributive political agenda. In the absence of such a macro-geographical project of territorial equalization, I would suggest, the aforementioned limitations of neighborhood-based social policies are likely to remain chronic ones. Under current geo-economic and European conditions, therefore, neighborhood-based anti-exclusion policies operate primarily to address some of the most destructive effects of urban locational policies within self-enclosed urban districts. They do little to alleviate those effects at supralocal scales, to confront their underlying political-economic causes, to integrate the targeted districts into the broader metropolitan fabric, or to counteract the competitiveness-driven, growth-oriented logic upon which post-Keynesian urban governance is grounded. Rescaling upward, metropolitan reform initiatives. Like urban neighborhoods, metropolitan regions have become important sites of scale-specific transformations of statehood since the early 1990s. As indicated in the preceding chapter, comprehensive, large-scale approaches to metropolitan governance were undermined or abolished during the 1980s in conjunction with the crisis of North Atlantic Fordism and the resultant retrenchment of Keynesian welfare national states. Following the collapse of spatial Keynesianism, urban locational policies were diffused within a reterritorialized institutional landscape in which inherited regulatory controls on metropolitan-wide spatial development were significantly compromised. However, this apparent institutional vacuum in field of metropolitan governance proved to be short-lived. Soon after the high-profile abolitions of the Greater London Council and Rotterdam's Rayonnement in the 1980s, local, regional, and national political coalitions across the Western European urban system began to advocate a renewal of metropolitan governance, albeit in significantly different politico-institutional forms than those that had prevailed under spatial Keynesianism. Since the early 1990s, debates on the installation of new metropolitan institutions have proliferated, in many cases leading to significant changes in regional territorial administration, spatial planning, and economic governance. In contrast to the hierarchical bureaucratic frameworks of metropolitan service delivery that prevailed during the Fordist Keynesian period, the metropolitan institutional reforms of the 1990s have been grounded upon a new model of public action that highlights values of negotiation, partnership, voluntary participation and accessibility in the constitution of new structures. The metropolitan institutional reform have not been designed according to a single recipe or imposed from above, but have generally emerged as a product of the system of actors as the process unfolds. In some city regions, such as London, Bologna, Stuttgart, Hanover, Frankfurt, and Copenhagen, new metropolitan institutional arrangements have been constructed in which multiple planning, administrative, and regulatory competencies are concentrated. In other major European urban regions, informal frameworks for metropolitan cooperation have been superimposed upon inherited political geographies and have provided a new institutional basis for intra-regional negotiations regarding diverse policy issues including economic development, place marketing, infrastructural planning, suburban sprawl, environmental sustainability, and democratic accountability. Faced with these recent institutional changes and regulatory experiments, several commentators have suggested that a renaissance of metropolitan regionalism is currently underway throughout Western Europe. Figure 6.2 provides an overview of some of the major metropolitan reform initiatives that have emerged in the European urban system since the early 1990s. Actors, functions, and jurisdictions. For this reason, much like the neighborhood-based anti-exclusion policies discussed above, each instance of metropolitan institutional restructuring must be understood with reference to the nationally and locally specific administrative constitutional system and political economic landscape in which it has emerged. Nonetheless, I suggest that the current round of metropolitan reform in Western European city regions can be deciphered, in more general terms, as a simultaneous extension and modification of previous approaches to urban locational policy. In most Western European city regions, proposals to reconfigure inherited frameworks of metropolitan governance have been justified as a means to strengthen urban locational policies by transposing them onto a regional scale. In contrast to the 1960s and 1970s, in which debates on metropolitan regionalism focused on the issues of administrative efficiency, local service provision, and territorial equalization, the current round of metropolitan institutional reform has been oriented towards the promotion of regional economic competitiveness in a context of intensified European interspatial competition. Metropolitan governance has thus been redesigned from a vertical, coordinative, and redistributive relationship within a national administrative hierarchy into a horizontal, competitive, and developmentalist relationship between urban regions competing at European and global scales to attract external capital investment. Crucially, however, these regionalized approaches to locational policy have also entailed concerted efforts to enhance intra-regional territorial cohesion, which is now seen as a basic precondition for regional economic competitiveness. From this point of view, excessive interlocality competition within an urban region is thought to undermine the region's capacity to compete for capital investment at super-regional scales. Region-wide forms of inter-organizational cooperation, coordination, planning, and governance are thus promoted as key components of regional economic development strategies. In essence, then, the metropolitan regionalisms of the 1990s have mobilized new forms of cooperation within urban regions as a basis for engaging still more aggressively in territorial competition against other urban regions at European and global scales. Box 6.2 presents several typical justifications for this new approach to metropolitan governance, with its combined emphasis on intra-regional political cooperation and super-regional territorial competition. Box 6.2. Cooperation and competition in the new metropolitan regionalism. If the central cities agree to play the game, it is because they are now aware that they need the peripheries in order to develop, or quite simply to keep their place. In the ranks of world cities, the globalization of the economy has once again meant that the economy and functional considerations are factors which make the introduction of metropolitan governments necessary, no longer to provide urban services, but infrastructures and facilities that a world metropolis, a European town, must have if it wishes to continue to play a major international role. Whether it be a question of land for facilities and housing, natural resources for building, or political agreements to bring an area-wide policy to a successful conclusion, the central cities need their peripheries to keep their place in international competition. In this respect, the metropolitan territory has become the scale on which the central cities reason. To do so, they must free themselves and go beyond their administrative limits. The metropolitan government is to them, both a necessary instrument and an advantage in attaining their objective. With the disappearance of national borders within Europe, urban regions are competing internationally with other urban regions. This expanding scale occurs in conjunction with the concentration and specialization of economic activities in various realms. In this context, it is of considerable importance to the Dutch economy that the Dutch urban regions maintain a strong position. A unit presentation and the coordination of policies on a supralocal level has a central importance in this competition. The metropolitan reform initiatives of the 1990s have contributed to the further consolidation of RCSRs, albeit in a restructured institutional and scalar form. Like many other post-Keynesian state spatial projects, the current round of metropolitan institutional reorganization has enhanced the regulatory significance of subnational scales of state power, while further differentiating state regulatory arrangements according to localized, place-specific political economic conditions. Concomitantly, like many other post-Keynesian state spatial strategies, metropolitan reform initiatives have to strengthen the international business climate. The future of the region as a national gateway to the world economy depends to a large degree upon international industry. However, none of the municipalities within the region can alone maintain this international business climate. The latter is more than the sum of its parts. Therefore, mutual cooperation as well as with surrounding regions within the Randstad is of major importance. The European competition for capital investment intensifies the need for supramunicipal cooperation. The synergies that can be achieved through a cooperation enhance the locational attractiveness of the entire region. On a European scale, not only individual cities but entire regions are competing with one another. Regional cooperation in the areas of economic development and labor market policy, housing policy, and environmental policy is therefore an urgent task for spatial planning in the future. The municipalities of the Rhine-Main region must recognize and accept the fact that they are not competing with one another to enhance the locational decisions of RMS. Rather, they compete as a single region with other European metropolitan locations. In the future, their region must become stronger than the sum of its municipalities in this international competition. On pain of being irrevocably outdistanced by other European urban areas, Bologna is presented as being unable to do without the metropolitan city. Such an institution becomes a fundamental element in the economic success of international cities. Adaptation to the market is presented as inevitable. Bologna must become a hub which can withstand competition from Amsterdam, Zurich, and Frankfurt. Generated locally customized forms of state intervention that actively target urban regions as the geographical engines of economic development. The metropolitan reform initiatives of the 1990s have thus reinforced the major trends of state spatial restructuring that were triggered through the initial wave of urban locational policies during the preceding decade. At the same time, much like the neighborhood-based anti-exclusion policies discussed above, metropolitan reform initiatives have contributed to at least two significant evolutionary transformations within RCSRs. First, metropolitan reform initiatives have helped consolidate the regional scale as a key focal point and target for territorial competitiveness strategies. Indeed, a key goal of newly established metropolitan institutions is to amalgamate local economies. The future of new state spaces 283 into larger, regionally congruent territorial units, which are in turn promoted as integrated, competitive geographical locations for external capital investment. Urban locational policies have not been superseded by this trend, but they are increasingly being embedded within broader, metropolitan-wide approaches to economic development and territorial competitiveness. Metropolitan reform initiatives have thus established new, regionalized scalar niches and territorial enclaves for locational policies within the already differentiated subnational geographies of RCSRs. Second, by introducing new forms of regulatory coordination among the major administrative units within urban regions, metropolitan reform initiatives have attempted to counteract some of the crisis tendencies of urban locational policies. While these new strategies of region-wide regulatory coordination have varied contextually, they have frequently been associated with territorial redistribution programs designed to minimize intra-regional socio-spatial polarization, with new approaches to regional economic planning and place marketing intended to minimize zero-sum interlocality competition within the region, and with new forms of intergovernmental cooperation and partnership oriented towards the establishment of integrated region-wide approaches to metropolitan territorial development. Thus, like neighborhood-based anti-exclusion policies, the metropolitan reform initiatives of the 1990s have introduced an expanded approach to economic competitiveness that is attuned to the problem of maintaining territorial cohesion at a particular spatial scale. In this sense, the metropolitan regionalisms of the 1990s have promoted the regional scale not only as an institutional platform for new types of locational policy, but also as a focal point for crisis management strategies designed to counteract the destructive intra-regional effects of such policies. Like neighborhood-level anti-exclusion policies, metropolitan reform initiatives have added momentum to debates on the intensification of territorial inequalities within post-Keynesian Western Europe, in this case at the spatial scale of entire urban regions. Despite this explicit emphasis on territorial cohesion, the consolidation of a new, metropolitan scale of regulatory activity within RCSRs has reproduced rather than alleviated the major crisis tendencies associated with earlier forms of urban locational policy. Across national and local contexts, metropolitan reform initiatives have exacerbated the regulatory deficits of RCSRs in at least two ways. First, insofar as metropolitan reform initiatives channel institutional resources towards the mobilization of regional locational policies, they intensify interspatial competition, and thus macrogeographical instability, at supraregional scales. 4. Beyond their own circumscribed territorial and scalar parameters, newly established metropolitan institutions lack the regulatory capacity and political authority to counteract the destabilizing, destructive effects of locational policies. Consequently, while the new metropolitan regionalisms may provisionally ameliorate socio-spatial polarization within an urban region, they share with urban locational policies the tendency to erode the socio-territorial preconditions for 284 the future of new state spaces. Sustainable economic development at both national and European scales. Second, despite their attention to problems of intra-regional territorial cohesion, newly established metropolitan institutions exacerbate the coordination problems that ensue within RCSRs as subnational institutional landscapes become increasingly complex, tangled, and differentiated. Metropolitan institutional reforms may enhance intergovernmental synergies, policy coordination, and metagovernance capacities within individual urban regions, but they intensify the tendency within RCSRs to spread public funds ever more thinly among diverse, scale and place-specific development initiatives. This increasing geographical differentiation of subnational regulatory arrangements and development regimes complicates the task of maintaining an organizationally coherent, functionally integrated and operationally unit framework for state economic intervention. It also exacerbates market failures within local economies while undercutting the capacity of state institutions, at any spatial scale, to alleviate them. In addition to their role in aggravating the regulatory failures of inherited forms of urban locational policy, metropolitan reform initiatives generate a variety of destabilizing political conics and territorial sewers of their own. Particularly when powerful social and economic interests are tied closely to extant levels of state territorial organization, the project of metropolitan institutional reform generates intense struggles between opposed class fractions, political coalitions, and territorial alliances regarding issues such as jurisdictional boundaries, institutional capacities, democratic accountability, skill relays, and intergovernmental linkages. Relatedly, even when new frameworks of metropolitan governance are successfully established, any number of unresolved tensions permeate the project of formulating a coherent strategy of regional economic development. In most Western European city regions, the agenda of enhancing regional distinctiveness stands in tension with the perceived need to reduce production costs through regulatory downgrading and direct subsidies to capital. Meanwhile, the project of enhancing regional institutional accessibility is frequently at odds with the equally powerful need for continued skill support and administrative coordination from superordinate tiers of the state, including regional and national governments. The balance that obtains among these opposed regulatory priorities within a given urban region is thus a matter of intense socio-political contestation at a range of spatial scales. As such conflicts intensify, both within and beyond the urban regions in which metropolitan reform initiatives are mobilized, established patterns of economic governance may be disrupted. This may in turn destabilize the accumulation process at various spatial scales. In sum, the metropolitan regulatory experiments that have proliferated during the 1990s appear to have differentiated the scalar architectures of RCSRs while further destabilizing urban and regional economies. As with neighborhood-based anti-exclusion policies, the scalar configuration of metropolitan reform initiatives represents, simultaneously, their basic condition. The future of new state spaces 285. Of possibility and their most significant structural limitation. On the one hand, by introducing new forms of region-wide intergovernmental coordination, and thus partially counteracting the destructive consequences of unfettered interlocality competition within metropolitan regions, such experiments have begun to address a serious regulatory deficit of urban locational policies. In this manner, metropolitan reform initiatives would appear to open up new possibilities for regulatory experimentation, political compromise, and territorial redistribution at the scale of major urban regions. At the same time, these initiatives to enhance territorial cohesion within metropolitan regions have been promoted in direct conjunction with growth-driven, competitiveness-oriented, and exocentric strategies of regional economic development. Such regionalized locational policies transpose the regulatory deficits and crisis tendencies of urban locational policies onto a larger spatial scale, rather than substantively alleviating them. In effect, the new metropolitan regionalism instrumentalizes intra-regional cooperation in order to intensify the process of interspatial competition at super-regional scales. For this reason, despite their apparently stabilizing emphasis on regional territorial cohesion, there is little evidence at the present time to suggest that recent metropolitan reform initiatives in Western Europe will engender sustainable forms of economic regeneration or a less polarized pattern of territorial development, at any spatial scale, in the medium or long term. Rescaling outward, interurban networking initiatives. Whereas recent metropolitan reform initiatives have promoted new forms of institutional coordination among geographically contiguous municipalities, there has also been an expansion of cooperative relationships among geographically non-contiguous cities and regions. In these cases, formal or informal collaborative networks have been established, generally across national borders, among cities and regions in dispersed geographical locations. Some of these new transnational interurban networks have been forged through bottom-up collaborative initiatives. However, the quantity, organizational density, and regulatory significance of interurban networks have been expanded since the early 1990s due to the facilitating role of the EU, which has provided localities with financial incentives to engage in cooperative projects. In particular, the RECITE program was initiated in 1991 by THIRD to encourage transnational interurban networking. The RECITE II framework provided a second round of EU-sponsored funding for interurban networking during the 1995-9 period. 6. In the Western European context, interurban networks have emerged in three main forms. First, sectoral networks involve cooperation among localities that are specialized in similar industries and thus confronted with analogous patterns of industrial restructuring. Typical examples include Euracom, Milan, and Fine. Second, Spatial networks involve cooperation among similar types of cities or among cities located in the same broad geographical context. Examples include Metrex, which represents metropolitan regions containing more than 500,000 inhabitants, Eurocities, which represents the major European second-tier cities, the Edge Cities network, which represents municipalities situated on the fringes of major European urban agglomerations, the Commission de Villes, which represents small and medium-sized European cities, and Interreg, which represents municipalities situated in cross-border regions. Third, and partially overlapping with the aforementioned types, thematic networks involve cooperation among cities with reference to specific policy issues, for instance, unemployment, social welfare, poverty, or technological change. Examples of this type of interurban network include Quartiers en Crise, which is concerned with the problem of urban decay and concentrated urban poverty, Telecities, which is concerned with the dissemination of telematics technology, Eurogateway, which is concerned with the promotion of small business infrastructures, and Polis, which is oriented towards the alleviation of urban traffic congestion. As the preceding examples suggest, interurban networks have often been formed to share information and problem-solving methods among cities confronted with similar regulatory dilemmas, whether due to their industrial specializations, their spatial characteristics, their geographical locations, or their socio-economic problems. The major aim, in these contexts, is to exchange best practice experiences in order to improve the problem-solving capacity and performance in the cooperating metropolitan regions. This aspect of interurban networking has contributed to a process of mimetic institutionalization in which certain generic local policy frameworks, management strategies, governance practices, and place marketing techniques have been replicated across the Western European city system. An additional agenda of transnational interurban networks has been to promote city-oriented lobbying activities at the European scale. The Eurocities network, which has been led by prominent political officials in many of Europe's largest cities, has played a significant role in enhancing the development of EU urban policy since the late 1980s. Other, more specialized interurban networks have likewise attempted to pool local resources in order to attract EU funding and to enhance specific aspects of European governance. Finally, the European Commission has supported networks in order to further its own policy goals. As Leitner, Pavlik, and Shepard explain, the stated goals of networks promoted by the Directorate General for Regional Policy and Cohesion are as follows: improving local response to challenges posed by an increasingly European and global economy, achieving a more efficient use of resources, facilitating the spread of innovative practices in economic development, and strengthening economic and social cohesion. These goals match and mirror larger EU policy concerns, namely, enhancing economic growth and the competitiveness of European cities and regions, reducing waste of public resources resulting from competitive bidding of cities for businesses and investment, and developing best practices for economic development, while at the same time reducing economic and social disparities within the EU territory. In many cases, moreover, interurban networks are viewed both by municipalities and by the European Commission as a means to circumvent national governments in pursuit of their own regulatory agendas. Thus, through such networks, European municipalities attempt to establish transnational lobbying platforms without directly involving their respective national governments. Concomitantly, the European Commission attempts to capitalize upon such networks in order to enhance local development outcomes without the direct mediation of national state institutions. Box 6.3 presents brief excerpts from the mission statements of several prominent European interurban networks. These are intended to illustrate the diversity of political concerns that have been articulated through such networks, as well as some of their shared regulatory goals in a European and global context. Interurban networking initiatives have contributed, in distinctive ways, to the consolidation and evolution of RCSRs. As state spatial projects, interurban networking initiatives have extended the role of localized, territorially customized, and place-specific regulatory arrangements within RCSRs. Meanwhile, as state spatial strategies, interurban networks have provided municipalities with additional institutional capacities through which to promote local economic development within their boundaries, as well as to enhance EU-level funding streams and policy frameworks. In these ways, much like neighborhood-based anti-exclusion policies and metropolitan reform programs, interurban networking initiatives have further enhanced the significance of urban regions as arenas for regulatory experimentation and accumulation strategies within RCSRs. However, as Fig 6.4 also indicates, interurban networking initiatives have molded the inherited institutional and scalar architectures of RCSRs in several ways. Economic interaction, the exchange of best practice policy and resource lobbying has, in recent years, led to interurban cooperation and an explosion of interest and participation in networks of cities throughout Europe. These institutionalist urban clubs often aim to subdue the increasing intensity of city rivalry by stimulating collaboration rather than competition. Networks provide an alternative route for exploration which may soften the economic fragmentation and social polarization which derive from the crude dictates of marketized territorial competition. Metrex, the network of European metropolitan regions and areas. Metrex is a network of practitioners, that is, politicians, officials and their advisors with a common interest in spatial planning and development at the metropolitan level. The twin purposes of the network: to promote the exchange of knowledge between practitioners on strategic issues of common interest, to contribute to the metropolitan dimension to planning at the European level. Eurocities. Eurocities wants to ensure that urban affairs are placed high on the European Union's policy agenda. Most decisions taken at EU level affect cities and their citizens. We take the lead to make their voices heard. Eurocities wants to promote transnational cooperation projects between its member cities across Europe. We facilitate their coordination and help provide access to EU funding. Eurocities wants to foster a networking spirit amongst Europe's large cities. Whilst having different cultural, socio-economic, and political realities, they share common challenges and solutions. We encourage our members to exchange their expertise, and to be proactive in shaping national and EU policy. Quartiers en crise / neighborhoods in crisis. Quartiers en crise is a network of towns promoting the integrated approach to the revitalization of disadvantaged areas, with the involvement of politicians, technicians, and local residents in that process. Its objectives are to further local and national policies and initiatives for the regeneration of neighborhoods in crisis, in particular through the promotion and dissemination, in cities, regions, states, and the European Commission, of methodologies for integrated urban social development. First, rather than focusing upon the territorial competitiveness of a single, circumscribed urban or metropolitan location, interurban networking initiatives promote an entire network of cities over and against less networked neighbors. In this manner, such initiatives introduce a more complex spatial referent axial, multinodal network rather than a self-enclosed urban or metropolitan area in terms of European Edge Cities Network. The Edge Cities Network brings together towns and cities on the edge of the major capitals of Europe. These municipal authorities have all identified that they face common economic and social challenges due to their location. The partners have been collaborating to exchange knowledge, ideas, and experience in addressing these challenges, including joint projects and activities. Polis. The primary objective of Polis is to support European cities and regions in improving quality of life through innovative measures for reducing congestion, enhancing safety, lowering polluting emissions, and offering better and equal access to transport services. Polis aims to foster cooperation and partnership across Europe, to make research and innovation accessible to cities and regions, to represent the voice of cities and regions at EU level, and to provide decision-makers appropriate information and tools for the development of sustainable mobility. Telecities. Telecities is the major European network of cities committed to leadership in the information and knowledge society. Telecities is open to democratically elected city governments as well as to business and scientific partners. Telecities provides a platform of over 100 local authorities from 20 different European countries, sharing experience and developing practical solutions, achieving an inclusive information and knowledge society, both at European and local level. Its aim is to promote e-citizenship at local level to ensure that all citizens can equally gain from the benefits of the information and knowledge society. To achieve this aim, Telecities actively works for its members to enhance the European agenda to ensure that the interests of cities are taken into account in policy making, foster exchange of experience and knowledge transfer amongst cities. Cooperation and networking with South European and C cities is also pursued to contribute to the enlargement goals of the European Union. Inform members on policies, programs, and initiatives at EU and local level. Facilitate and support the development of EU-funded projects relevant to the members and the network. Which territorial competitiveness is to be promoted. Under these circumstances, competition is not eliminated but is simply shifted to a higher spatial scale. It is no longer single cities and regions, but networks of cities and regions, that promote their economic development interests and compete with one another. Interurban networking initiatives have thus superimposed a new, horizontally articulated framework for the mobilization of urban locational policies upon the vertically rescaled institutional hierarchies of RCSRs. Second, like neighborhood-based anti-exclusion programs and metropolitan reform projects, interurban networking initiatives have partially molded the entrepreneurial, competition-based model of urban governance that prevails within RCSRs. In the case of interurban networks, the goal is not to alleviate social exclusion within disadvantaged neighborhoods, or to enhance territorial cohesion at the scale of metropolitan regions, but rather, to establish cooperative institutional linkages among groups of cities dispersed across the European urban system. In this context, information pooling, cost sharing, joint lobbying, collaborative planning, and the dissemination of best practices are viewed as a means to enhance the economic development capacities and geopolitical weight of the network as a whole, while counteracting some of the destabilizing, spatially polarizing consequences of previous approaches to urban locational policy. A major agenda of these cooperative interurban networks, then, is to soften the cutthroat, beggar-thy-neighbor form of interspatial competition that has dominated RCSRs since their initial consolidation in the 1980s. Interurban networks pursue this goal by introducing cooperation-based interlocal relays into the volatile, spatially polarized urban landscapes of the post-Keynesian period. Third, interurban networks have superimposed a new, horizontally articulated pattern of governance onto the splintered political geographies of RCSRs. The geographical configuration of RCSRs was deemed above with reference to the rescaling of inherited national state spaces in conjunction with broader processes of scale relativization. While interurban networks have contributed to this rescaling of statehood, they have also molded the territorial framework within which this process has been unfolding. Interurban networks are scalar insofar as they are premised upon scaled units that are interconnected at a broader spatial scale. However, in contrast to territorialized regulatory forms, which assert control over political space by enclosing it within delineated boundaries, networked forms of governance are premised upon the attempt to span space by establishing horizontal interlinkages among geographically dispersed nodal points. The geographies of networks thus tend to leapfrog over space, connecting spatially separated territorial units as members of a network of interaction and exchange. Moreover, while political territoriality is grounded upon relatively stable jurisdictional boundaries, the spatial surface spanned by networks is fluid and unstable insofar as the degree of connectivity among network nodes may fluctuate, patterns of network membership may fluctuate, and multiple networks may overlap, interpenetrate, and crosscut one another. In light of these distinctive features of networked forms of governance, interurban and otherwise, it is evident that their proliferation within the institutional landscapes of RCSRs has entailed the insertion of a qualitatively new dimension into inherited geographies of state regulation. In effect, interurban networks have opened up an additional parameter of state space deemed by nodal connectivity rather than by territorial enclosure or interscalar articulation, within which state spatial projects and state spatial strategies may be articulated. Contrary to some scholarly predictions, networked forms of governance appear unlikely, at the present time, to supersede the territorialized institutional architecture of modern statehood. Nonetheless, governance networks are arguably being embedded within territorialized political spaces, and intermeshed with ongoing rescaling processes, in increasingly complex, connectual, and contradictory ways. For this reason, the proliferation of networked approaches to urban governance represents an important evolutionary development within the political geographies of RCSR7, like neighborhood-based anti-exclusion initiatives and metropolitan reform projects. Interurban networking initiatives may be interpreted as political responses to the uncertain geo-economic conditions and unstable regulatory landscapes in which contemporary European cities are situated. Because interurban networks are grounded upon cooperative institutional relays, they would appear to disrupt the ruthlessly competitive logic of post-Keynesian urban governance and, more generally, to provide a political opening for the establishment of a less polarizing formation of state spatial regulation. In practice, however, such interpretations amount to a triumph of hope over experience. For, as with neighborhood-based anti-exclusion programs and metropolitan reform projects, the distinctive scalar configuration of interurban networks systematically limits their capacity to transform the interscalar rule regimes upon which RCSRs are grounded. The central problem, in this context, is that interurban networks modify the geographical structure of territorial competition, but do little to alleviate its polarizing, destructive socio-economic consequences. Indeed, despite their internally cooperative institutional logic, many networking initiatives have generated a de facto intensification of territorial competition by transposing urban locational policies onto the larger scale of interurban networks. In this manner, the regulatory failures and crisis tendencies of such policies are upscaled onto a new institutional geographical matrix rather than being alleviated. These destabilizing, polarizing tendencies within interurban networking initiatives may in turn generate additional regulatory deficits. First, even within interurban networks that are not oriented directly towards economic development, cooperative impulses may be undermined due to hidden competition between internal members and between members and non-members. To the extent that cities are embedded within a Europe-wide interscalar rule regime in which territorial competition has been pervasively institutionalized, cooperative interurban initiatives will continue to rest upon tenuous foundations. Second, the transnational diffusion of best practices in urban governance via interurban networks may unsettle rather than rejuvenate the process of urban development. The prospect of gaining access to the best practices of public administration, place marketing, and socio-economic policy may offer a glimmer of hope to many municipal governments that are confronted with deeply rooted social, economic, and social crises. However, such urban policy prototypes are often derived from apparent local success stories that are extremely difficult, if not impossible, to replicate in other institutional and geographical settings. Consequently, interurban networks may serve less as a basis for enhancing territorial solidarity among cities, than as a mechanism of fast policy transfer that homogenizes urban governance repertoires according to a narrowly market-based, neoliberal logic. In sum, despite their apparently stabilizing emphasis on cooperation, interurban networking initiatives have not, in practice, generated an alternative basis for urban governance that transcends the competitive logic of urban locational policies. While interurban networking initiatives have facilitated the insertion of a new, cooperation-based layer of state regulatory activities and governance practices into RCSRs, they have simultaneously reinforced a Europe-wide interscalar rule regime grounded upon the pervasive institutionalization of interspatial competition and unfettered uneven development. At the present time, therefore, interurban networking initiatives operate primarily to rescale the regulatory deficits and crisis tendencies of previous forms of urban locational policy. 294 The future of new state spaces. Concluding reactions on the future of new state spaces, from a second to a third cut interpretation of RCSRs. The future of space must be understood in terms of both worldwide social evolution and also the manner in which existent space already limits and conditions that social evolution. The relationship between space and the social process is thus the central outstanding illustration of Marx's thesis, constant from the theses on Feuerbach through the 18th Brumaire, and according to which, mankind makes its own history, but on the basis of what is inherited from the past. The future of space is not a simple projection mapped by the future of society. Society will evolve and recreate itself only because it is already rooted and made material in terrain, it already exists as a form of territory. Human space is therefore a constraint for future society. The contradictions between these existing spaces and those projected spaces will also have to be regulated. Alain Lippietz. The concept of the rescaled competition state regime was introduced at the outset of this chapter to synthesize this book's major arguments. It served as our RST-cut interpretation of the transformed form of statehood in contemporary Western Europe. The analysis of alternative rescaling strategies developed in the preceding sections complicates and differentiates that RST-cut characterization. 4. As this discussion has revealed, RCSRs are unstable, dynamically evolving institutional and scalar configurations. They are premised upon state-spatial projects and state-spatial strategies that engender disruptive, dysfunctional consequences, at various geographical scales, for processes of accumulation and regulation. However, rather than signaling their imminent collapse, the regulatory deficits and crisis tendencies within RCSRs serve as a powerful impetus for their further institutional and scalar evolution. It is in this context that the three alternative rescaling strategies examined in this chapter must be understood. Neighborhood-based anti-exclusion policies, metropolitan reform initiatives, and interurban networking programs can be interpreted as attempts to alleviate some of the major regulatory failures of RCSRs in significant measure through a further rescaling of inherited approaches to urban locational policy. In this manner, each of these political strategies has helped to catalyze a further round of state rescaling in which new, tangled scalar layerings of institutional organization and regulatory experimentation have been superimposed upon the already extensively scale-differentiated political geographies of RCSRs. It is the consolidation of these new layers of crisis management mechanisms within European cities and regions that necessitates a second-cut interpretation of RCSRs, which at once builds upon and extends the RST-cut interpretation introduced previously. Figure 6.5 synthesizes the key elements of this second-cut interpretation of RCSRs. The point of this second-cut interpretation is not to suggest that these alternative rescaling strategies have effectively resolved the contradictions of urban locational policies. On the contrary, as the bottom row of Fig 6.5c indicates, these rescaling strategies have altered the political geographies of crisis formation within cities and regions, but without eradicating the underlying sources of economic instability and regulatory failure within RCSRs. For this reason, the proliferation of alternative rescaling strategies during the last decade must be viewed as a symptom of continued institutional and spatial disorder within RCSRs, rather than as embryonic evidence for their tendential stabilization. Indeed, the increasingly haphazard displacement of persistent governance problems among the different scalar units and territorial niches within RCSRs further exacerbates the crisis tendencies of urban locational policies. This new scalar politics of crisis displacement may also contribute to an exhaustion of policy repertoires in which state institutions recycle ineffectual regulatory methods, often cloaked in optimistic predictions of an imminent urban renaissance, in a vain effort to maintain political legitimacy and social control within their territorial jurisdictions, even in the absence of sustainable forms of economic development. The reinvigorated concern with territorial cohesion and interscalar cooperation in many European city regions has been intertwined with a widespread depoliticization of previously contested economic policy elds under the current global regime of rollout neoliberalism. Consequently, the question of whether, and in what form, urban locational policies should be mobilized is increasingly positioned off-limits to political debate. It is thereby dissociated from other, more explicitly contested aspects of urban policy. In this manner, the putative need for growth RST, competitiveness-oriented approaches to local economic development has acquired the privileged status of a taken-for-granted or foundational policy orientation. Each of the three alternative rescaling strategies discussed in this chapter has contributed to this depoliticization of urban locational policy. Each treats urban economic development as a technocratic matter to be managed by local, regional, or national political economic elites, while refocusing mainstream political debate on the question of how to manage the polarizing socio-economic consequences of the new interspatial competition. The neighborhood, the metropolitan region, and the interurban network are thus promoted as privileged scalar and institutional arenas in which the regulatory dislocations of contemporary capitalism may be alleviated even as uneven development is further institutionalized in a realm of post-Keynesian statecraft that has been, for the moment at least, insulated from direct political contestation. By presenting the erosion of territorial cohesion within European city regions as an ineluctable consequence of global economic forces, such crisis management strategies help conceal the continued culpability of state institutions in generating the very regulatory dislocations they have ostensibly been mobilized to resolve. 8. This bleak scenario of unfettered interlocality competition, rising levels of socio-spatial polarization, and deepening macroeconomic instability was anticipated at the outset of Ch5, with reference to Petrella's pessimistic vision of an archipelago Europe and Velt's analogous notion of an archipelago economy. At this stage of our analysis, it has become apparent that the geographies of the contemporary archipelago economy have been produced not only through worldwide processes of industrial restructuring, financial speculation, and corporate reorganization, but also through concerted political strategies that have actively promoted and institutionalized uneven development at all spatial scales. The more recent crystallization of second-cut RCSRs has reinforced, not counteracted, this regressive politics of uneven development within archipelago Europe. We thus arrive at the following result: despite their destabilizing consequences for accumulation and regulation, RCSRs have continued to develop along evolutionary pathways that reinforce the primacy of urban locational policies and, by implication, unfettered interspatial competition, in the institutional dynamics of urban governance. Processes of regulatory experimentation, institutional searching, and scalar reorganization continue unabated within RCSRs, triggered through the very crisis tendencies they have generated within local, regional, and national economies. Yet, even as their institutional and scalar architectures continue to evolve, RCSRs currently appear to be locked into developmental trajectories that do not, and arguably cannot, engender either a sustainable regime of economic growth or a territorially cohesive framework of political regulation at any spatial scale. 9. What are the prospects that this apparent evolutionary lock-in of urban locational policies, and their associated crisis tendencies, might be broken or at least loosened? How might the trajectories of state spatial restructuring in contemporary Western Europe be rechanneled to facilitate the creation of alternative political economic geographies, at both urban and supraurban scales, grounded upon more progressive objectives such as territorial redistribution, democratic empowerment, and socio-spatial justice? These questions must lie at the heart of any third-cut analysis of RCSRs. Our RST-cut account of RCSRs explored their initial consolidation following the crisis of spatial Keynesianism. Our second-cut analysis of RCSRs underscored their regulatory deficits and crisis tendencies, and traced their subsequent institutional and scalar evolution. Building upon these mappings, the central task for a third-cut analysis of RCSRs is to explore the possibility that urban policy and more generally, political strategies to regulate uneven development might be fundamentally transformed so as to contribute to the establishment of a more stable, cohesive, democratic, and socially just interscalar rule regime. In light of the foregoing analysis of state spatial restructuring, the prospects for such an evolutionary transformation and thus, for a third-cut analysis of RCSRs may appear limited at the present time. However, As Peck cautions, the continued reproduction of regressive regulatory arrangements and political economic geographies should not be misconstrued as evidence for their structural stability. On the contrary, contemporary networks of interscalar regulatory relations are more fragile than they may seem at RST, being partly designed to mystify and obfuscate the regime's serial vulnerability to local policy failure and the continuing political culpability of national states. It is crucial, therefore, for progressive political forces to demarcate the institutional arenas, territorial niches, and policy relays within the current interscalar rule regime in which hegemonic control appears weakest, and therefore, most vulnerable to being captured and reshaped through counter-hegemonic initiatives. In this context, it is also worth recalling the strategic relational conceptualization of institutional change upon which this analysis of state spatial restructuring has been grounded. From this point of view, even though the process of state spatial restructuring is path-dependent, and thus susceptible to the tendency towards institutional lock-in, inherited regulatory geographies cannot fully determine the shape of newly emergent regulatory strategies. Indeed, inherited formations of state spatiality may be qualitatively re-articulated as new layerings of state spatial projects and state spatial strategies are superimposed upon them. A key task, therefore, for progressive political alliances is to locate strategic openings within the institutional landscapes of RCSRs in which to launch path-shaping regulatory initiatives. In order to counteract the regulatory deficits and crisis tendencies within RCSRs, such path-shaping initiatives would need to mobilize upscaled, recentralized state spatial projects and state spatial strategies, and thus to promote the establishment of a reinvented big government committed to the pursuit of socio-spatial justice at all geographical scales. 10 As our discussion of recent policy initiatives to combat social exclusion and to enhance territorial cohesion in European city regions has indicated, many political projects that are ostensibly oriented towards such institutional alternatives may be assimilated into the very interscalar rule regimes they were intended to challenge. Yet, even if such path-shaping regulatory initiatives are constrained by inherited institutional configurations, they may still be harnessed, at minimum, to expose the regressive social consequences of contemporary spatial policies. Building upon this role, if they can be still further channeled towards a repoliticization of urban economic development in any local, regional, or national context, contemporary European debates on social exclusion and territorial cohesion may help to lay the foundations for a broader challenge to urban locational policies. For this reason, notwithstanding the pessimistic interpretation developed previously, neighborhood-based anti-exclusion policies, metropolitan reform initiatives, and interurban networking programs may contain untapped progressive political potential. Beyond the sphere of urban governance on which this book has focused, the European Commission represents another vibrant institutional arena in which potentially transformative, path-shaping regulatory experiments have been emerging. Here, too, however, the project of challenging the predominant, competition-based interscalar rule regime is permeated by deep ambiguities. As we have seen, the process of European integration has been grounded upon an orthodox neoliberal agenda that has institutionalized market-based territorial competition, across the European space economy, at all geographical scales. Nonetheless, from the early 1990s, the European Commission has also attempted to strengthen several policy programs that are ostensibly oriented towards the goal of enhancing territorial cohesion. In particular, the structural funds have allotted considerable financial resources towards the promotion of economic development in disadvantaged, marginalized cities and regions among the EU member states. Concomitantly, in 1999, the newly introduced European Spatial Development Perspective embraced the goal of promoting a balanced, polycentric pattern of spatial development across the entire EU. In practice, however, neither of these EU spatial policies has posed much of a threat to the prevalent competition-based, competitiveness-oriented model of European interscalar relations and territorial development. Despite their emphasis on the need for territorial cohesion, the structural funds have been aligned more closely with the supply-side orientation of the neoliberal orthodoxy. Rather than guaranteeing socio-economic resources and automatic skill transfers to marginalized regions, this program has attempted to upgrade local industrial infrastructures so that even the most peripheralized zones within the EU may be equipped to compete effectively within particular niches of the global economy and the single European market. This orientation has been further entrenched through Agenda 2000, which has revised the eligibility criteria for financial assistance under the structural funds in preparation for eastward enlargement. A directly analogous conclusion may be derived from the ESDP, which, despite its much publicized embrace of polycentricity, proposes to differentiate European economic space among various global economic integration zones anchored by internationally competitive metropolitan regions. The project of promoting polycentric territorial developmentist has designado redistribute socio-economic assets towards structurally disadvantaged areas, but to position European local and regional economies strategically in the competitive worldwide race to attract external capital investment. Consequently, neither the structural funds nor the ESDP can be construed as genuinely compensatory, territorially redistributive policy instruments, in the classical sense associated with post-war spatial Keynesianism. Rather, like the alternative rescaling strategies discussed earlier in this chapter, the structural funds and the ESDP serve to reinforce the supply-side, competition-based logic of locational policy, in this case at both European and regional scales. They thus provide an additional set of examples in which apparently transformative, path-shaping policy innovations, oriented towards territorially redistributive goals, function not as a counterbalance to locational policies, but rather as an instrument for their further entrenchment. In sum, while a variety of recent regulatory experiments appear to point beyond the currently dominant interscalar framework of institutionalized uneven development, none have succeeded, in practice, in loosening, much less transcending, the persistent lock-in of locational policies, either within or beyond cities. Meanwhile, the regulatory deficits and crisis tendencies of such policies persist, causing the landscape of contemporary statehood to be still further rescaled, reterritorialized, redifferentiated and destabilized. This is the central paradox of the new state spaces we have explored in this study. Insofar as they continually assimilate alternative, opposing political projects, RCSRs seem to permit no alternative, they demand compliance to the grim categorical imperative of globalizing capitalism, compete or die. At the same time, because they exacerbate rather than alleviate the economic dislocations, regulatory failures, and territorial inequalities of post-Keynesian urbanization, RCSRs cannot survive in their current institutional and scalar forms. New state spaces are thus spaces of conflict, crisis, and contradiction. For this reason, they are also spaces of incessant regulatory experimentation and dynamic institutional searching. It remains to be seen whether the process of state spatial restructuring in European urban regions will continue to institutionalize a regressive politics of unfettered territorial inequality and socio-spatial polarization, or whether perhaps through the dislocations and crisis tendencies we have explored an alternative framework of interscalar rules, based upon a substantive commitment to territorial redistribution and socio-spatial justice, might eventually be established. The shape of a third-cut interpretation of RCSRs thus remains open. It must be forged, in the realm of political practice, through ongoing struggles over the future of new state spaces.